With this, I would like to formally open the session with the recitation of the Holy Quran.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الرحمن علم القرآن خلق الإنسان علمه البيان. الشمس والقمر بحسبان والنجم والشجر يسجدان. والسماء رفعها ووضع الميزان ألا تطغوا في الميزان وأقيموا الوزن بالقسط ولا تخسروا الميزان. صدق الله العظيم.
Jazakallah. Now I would like to invite Coordinator General for Comstech, His Excellency Professor Dr. Muhammad Iqbal Chaudhry, for his welcome speech and introduction to Comstech programs.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Excellency, my dear brother, Ambassador of Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan, Mr. Naeem A.M. Kharaisa, keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Atif Al-Qadim, Administrative Director of SESAME, our mentor and teacher, Professor Dr. Samad Hasnan, very prominent figure in the field of science of molecular biology, structural biology, X-ray crystallography, and of course, these mega projects, which we call Synchrotron. We also have with us very prominent speakers from SESAME, from IUCR, as well as from various institutions of home and abroad. Excellencies are here with us, ambassadors and charge d'affaires of various embassies in Islamabad. And of course, very sizable number of young people who are SESAME users. Now, I often call, Excellency, my dear brother, please. I often call SESAME as one of the best things happened in the developing world in terms of scientific infrastructure. So this is the most elaborate, most expensive, most useful, most impactful scientific facility we ever had in developing world, and particularly in the OIC region. In the entire continent of Africa, and of course in Asia, with few exceptions, there is nothing like this exists. And for that, I would like to express our gratitude on behalf of OIC member states to our very respected founding member, the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan, for hosting this facility, sir. You know, I was not directly involved, but I was watching this whole concept of developing a facility of this nature in the developing world. And I've seen Professor Dr. Samar Hasnan extremely busy with many prominent people, including Professor Dr. Ataur Rahman, in developing the concept of bringing this facility to Middle East. And then finally, Jordan was selected because of two key reasons. One is Jordan's scientific base is already very, very strong. Jordan, despite the fact that it's a smaller country in terms of size, but has a very strong science base. And we are very proud of Jordan's achievements in the field of agriculture, biomedical sciences, biotechnology, and others. And that formed the basis of selecting Jordan. Number two, the generosity of Jordanian government of hosting a facility of this nature. I mean, you can't imagine that you are actually building whole cosmos of scientific facilities, not one equipment. It is a whole range of facilities which you need to create around synchrotron. And that really made this facility an extremely important one. So we're very, very pleased that Jordan has played an extremely important role in developing this facility. Now, the question is that after 2 decades of tremendous efforts, when this facility is now up and running, how can we take the benefit of this huge infrastructure for promoting science? And that promotion of science is not incremental to be per se, you know. It is more of a transformational, you know. It is exponential per se, because the science through Sesame or through synchrotron goes from here to literally there. That is not that you can do certain things much better than what you can do in your laboratory. The fact is that you can do many things which you cannot do in your laboratories, because a facility of this nature actually takes you to the new horizon, new frontiers of scientific research, and its application is just so absolutely widespread, from material science to physics to archaeology, from cultural heritage we were discussing with Brother Atif, and then to biology and medicine and whole range of different subjects and topics, and then can have a huge impact on socioeconomic development. But perhaps the most important one for OIC is to having a facility in the vicinity, in the heart of OIC world, and then using it effectively is a challenge of a very high order, for which Comstech would like to take it as its mission. And we are very pleased that Dr. Samar Hasnan has been guiding us all the way through. Now, realizing the fact that Pakistan, being a founding member who has contributed in the development of Sesame in terms of concept as well as some financial support, our scientists can benefit. But of course, we need to go beyond Pakistan as well. You know, we need to see what OIC world can do, you know, and that is what we have been discussing since last 2 days. And I would like to present to you several very important proposals, which I hope that you would consider these in your discussions. Number one is that we think it's very important to mobilize, motivate, and train potential Sesame users. So this is the first of its kind, a Sesame Users Meeting. But then it would form the basis of holding 3 more events in 3 different regions of the OIC world. One in Anglophone OIC, which is in Nigeria. We intend to have one event. We also propose to have one event in Francophone Africa, in Senegal, Dakar, and one in Central Asia, where we have a sizable community of physicists of the post-Soviet Union era. And these three users meetings would not only make people aware of the Sesame in its potential, but also to train them to use it effectively, to mobilize them, and to facilitate their travel to Jordan, but also to eventually create a constituency of users who become then supporter of Sesame and then motivate their government to become full members of Sesame. This is one of the most important objectives which Comstech would like to work together with Sesame. Number two is that Sesame accepts about 100, 150 applications projects every year in 2 or 3 cycles. And many of these projects are largely from countries like Turkey, Jordan, Egypt, Pakistan, Iran, and Malaysia and others. But there are proposals who are coming from least developed African countries. And it becomes often very difficult for them to travel to Jordan to benefit from this facility. They've been already very generous, and that Sesame is providing them, stay and other facilities. Comstech has decided to support their mobility annually, 25 travel grant every year for OIC LDC, these developed countries, so they can go and benefit from that. And that would have a huge impact on the scientific stature, inshallah. I would like to express our gratitude to Sesame for being partnering with us. We will be signing an MOU also with Sesame, and that will enable Comstech to work together with Sesame and its wonderful team of people, leading experts. But also to the host country, Jordan. Jordan is a founding member of OIC. Is a very important and active member of Comstech community. Jordan hosts Comstech's premier inter-Islamic network on water research and development called INVERDAM, which is an organization specialized in water resource management, particularly in arid areas. And through INVERDAM, Comstech is able to promote water science and technology in the Muslim world. With a very special support of the Embassy of Jordan and my dear brother, the ambassador, we are now initiating a new project called Jordan-Pakistan Water Research Laboratory. And that is going to be housed in the dedicated Panjwani Saad Water Institute, a project of an immense philanthropic nature in which philanthropic organization put together about 2 billion rupees to create a water institute of a very high quality in any university. And Jordan, we are now in the process of discussing the possibilities of developing capacity of this newly created institution, so it becomes a real hub of innovation and genuine research and education in the field of water, which is critically important. With Jordan, we also have very active collaboration with the University of Jordan and Royal Institute of Research. We have many projects together with them. We are very fortunate that we have a greater mobility of Jordanian scientists and faculty members who are coming back and forth in Pakistan. But most importantly, with a project which we have launched with PICA, Palestinian International Cooperation Agency, and also Palestinian government, and with the Embassy of Palestine in Islamabad, in which Jordan has to play a central role. And that we are very pleased that His Excellency the Ambassador has very kindly offered his full and all-out support for 500 Palestinian fellowships. So our universities are offering 500 fellowships to our brothers and sisters in Palestine, and that number would eventually increase to 5,000 in next 1.5 years as we get more pledges from the consortium universities. Comstech, ladies and gentlemen, is an intergovernment organization. It is the only institution which is chaired by Pakistan, and President of Pakistan is the chair of Comstech. It is comprised of 57 ministers of science and technology and higher education in 4 continents: South America, to Africa, to Asia, to Europe. So it is a large portfolio of activities which we have in the field of science and technology, health, higher education, and climate change. And I'm very pleased to inform you that we have been working closely with many member states where we have country-specific programs, but also a large-scale mobility. Okay, so a large scale mobility of scientists, researchers, technicians from different countries, not only in the Muslim countries, but also the Muslim minorities and non-OIC countries also. Health Africa program, in which we have capacity building of doctors, neurologists, ophthalmologists, histopathologists, and we have been to different places, including Niger, Chad, Burkina Faso, Uganda, and other countries. Comstech is building institutions in countries like Gambia, Nigeria. Recently in Chad, we have built an institution in Khartoum called Medicinal Plant Research Institute. We are establishing a halal product testing laboratory in Kampala and Islamic University of Uganda. And we have with us a very prominent, distinguished individual, Major General Rahmat Khan Saab, who is the head of Shifa International. And he has been absolutely generous, and he has offered that the same program will be initiated with Somalia. And the organization of excellence, Shifa International, I trust, is the one who is going to sponsor this entire. So there is a huge portfolio of activities and generosity. And I think this is largely because this nation feels so close to our brothers and sisters in different regions of the world, and they're willing to do many things. I would like to express my gratitude to all of you for your presence here. This is not one of the run-of-the-mill meeting. It is a very special, extremely important event in which we intend to do lots of things meaningful, and we need to have a way forward so we can use Sesame to the limit where we can really take the benefit of this wonderful facility which our member state Jordan posed. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi.
Thank you very much, sir. Up next, I would like to invite Professor Dr. Samar Hasnain, the Professor of Molecular Biophysics, Co-Director of the Barkla X-ray Laboratory of Biophysics, and UK's representative on the Sesame Council.
So let me just begin by thanking His Excellency Professor Iqbal Chowdhury for giving us the Comstech platform to promote Sesame and inform you what Sesame is doing. I'm going to take the opportunity of describing where we are with respect to the Sesame. The details will be followed by the following talks, and also in the afternoon. But I'm going to try to, because we have some delegates here who may be able to influence policies in their countries, including Pakistan and other OIC countries. I've taken that liberty of putting some slides together that synchrotron is not just a navel gazing activity by scientists, but it is important for the economic prosperity of a nation, but also for a development of a nation. So some of the things may be cropped because I've transferred it from Mac to a PC. I'm going to take an example of the UK, where now I spent, this is my 50th year in the UK. I'm a representative of the UK government at the Sesame Council. Sesame was founded in 2003, but prior to that, it ran an interim council for 4 years, starting in 1999. UK decided to become an observer alongside other G7 nations where synchron activity was already in full flow, recognizing that Sesame not only did science, but it also brought economic prosperity, but also it brought nations together. So the example I'm going to take is the UK, because I know that very well. I was one of the first PhD students on the UK parasitic synchrotron radiation source, and we celebrated in 2018 in the 50 years of the synchrotron radiation activities in UK. So on this left-hand side, you see the front cover of the Royal Society Philosophical Magazine issue, which was dedicated to synchrotron radiation, edited by Richard Ketlow and myself. Richard Ketlow was the former Foreign Secretary of the Royal Society. On the top, you see diamond. On the bottom right, you see the Daresbury synchrotron radiation source. Daresbury is a small village where the author of Alice in Wonderland was born. So when the first dedicated synchrotron radiation source was proposed in the UK at Daresbury, it was really an Alice in Wonderland fantasy, very much like what was proposed in the context of Sesame. That Sesame should be realized, and when it was proposed, it was seen as a dream, as an Alice in Wonderland pie in the sky concept, just like SRS. Currently, there are now 65 or so dedicated synchrotron sources around the world. All of the G7 countries have dedicated third generations as synchrotron sources. The two panels on the left-hand side, the top one indicates the application of synchrotron to material sciences, smart materials, batteries, or whatever you may want to call it. On the bottom is the structure of ribosome, which synthesizes all the proteins in our body. So this was a Nobel Prize winning work, which was given to Venki Ramakrishna. This is the gathering which came together, including Venki and Sir Tom Blundell, and the pioneer, who is no longer with us now, but passed away last year, Ian Munro, of the synchrotron radiation in the UK. So this is the concept, and it started in 1980, finished in 2008. And I'm going to just give you a very quick glimpse of where we are and how we have moved forward in terms of the brilliance of the synchrotron. So you can see here, managed to move it forward. So you can see that the synchrotron, this is where I started my career, in the parasitic source in NIDA. SRS is here alongside Brookhaven source and the Proton factory. They all came together. And you can see how rapidly the brightness had been going on because of the impact this synchrotron radiation field has had in both biology, chemistry, material science, and opening up many, many new fields of sciences. And because of their impact on the economy, large amounts of money has been made which has been coming to fruition. Many of the synchron radiation sources are now approaching or designing to approach what we call the diffraction limited sources. This is here ESRR, and we have representative from ESRF, Dr. Andrew Pitt, where ESRF has gone to ESRF2. Sesame is a third generation source. So you can see this is where we belong here. So we are here. So it is a state-of-the-art machine, and we are privileged that this, but it is a reality, and it's been operational for now for the last 4 or 5 years. Pakistan was a founding member. Pakistan has a large population, and it should, alongside many other OIC countries, should be actively participating and building it from the ground and to exploit it. So I'm going to just give you some glimpse of what this economic study was. This is a economic study, an impact of SRS was done by a consultancy company which looked at all the raw data. So here, what has it produced in 28 years? 300 million pounds was invested in total in operating costs, construction costs. It produced equivalent of 468 million pounds, so a gain of 1.6 immediately in investment of employees and etc. So this is direct benefit, not the next secondary benefits. It produced 11,000 users from 25 countries, 4,000 PhD students, who then went on to do a lot of innovation, 2,000 postdocs delivering a skilled workforce. The basis of a developed nation and developed economy is a skilled workforce. And that is crucial if Pakistan and other countries need to get to that level, that we are not just a consumer of knowledge, but we are creation of knowledge. We unfortunately largely have remained consumer of knowledge rather than creating knowledge. So research undertaken at, for example, at by Oxford, and Portadown in 1980s was on foot and mouth disease virus, which appeared on BBC and many other news media. If, as a result of it, the vaccination would have been allowed, it was not allowed for political reasons, because if we had vaccinated our cows, we would not have been able to export our beef to America, that we would have saved 8.4 billion pounds, 8.4 billion pounds, just from this one piece of research. So recently, economic impact study of diamond has been done, and this has been operational for since 2007, and impact study was until 2020, so it's 14 years. And the results has been significant, that the government has given the next 500 million pounds for the diamond upgrade. So this is the direct result of, this is the Minister Secretary of State announcing the next 500 million pounds for the upgrade program, so the diamond can reach the diffraction limited light source. A fraction of this 500 million pounds by Sesame members and OIC members, will say 10%, would transform the fortune of Sesame countries, not just Sesame, but Sesame countries, because this will enable you technology and smart innovation. So I just want to finish with a couple of slides which are instructives. So this is quite a detailed table, but is taken from is up to date. It's from 2022, and here are the G7 countries and some others. So this is the ranking in terms of expenditure, countries' expenditure on R&D in terms of what they call the real, that is the effective dollar. So because the cost of manpower is different in different countries, so it's normalized to do that to that percentage of the GDP, number of publications and publications per million. So what you see is here are all of these countries from 1 to 14 have third generation sources, except India. And India has synchrotron radiation, but they made some incorrect judgment, in my view, because of the way it was located. It was not located in the center of the higher education sector. It was located in order to promote the region, regional development rather than the national development. But these are the member countries, and you can see that there is a significant difference in terms of the investment. So, and both in terms of the real investment and both in terms of the GDP. And that translates into the number of publications, number of innovations, number of everything else which follows from it. UK is to increase its investment to 2.4% of GDP. It's a large GDP and a significant percentage by 2027 in order to remain competitive, in order to remain on the high table. And this is important. Now, the last slide, probably, one more slide after this. So there are some important lessons here from an EU economic report on synchrotron radiation and infrastructure. So 2/3 of the EU's economic growth drives from research and innovation, accounting for 15% of all productivity gains in Europe. So this is all over Europe. Europe is home to 13 synchrotrons and 6 free electron lasers. European population is tiny compared to the OIC countries or even the SESAME countries. Today, there have been 29 Nobel Prizes awarded direct to X-ray science, a far higher number than any other scientific field, reflecting the enormous impact this community is having on science and society. The 1997 prize in chemistry given to Sir John Walker on F1ATPase structure was the first Nobel Prize in synchrotron radiation, and since then, all 8 subsequent Nobel Prizes to X-rays have been given, have been dependent on synchrotrons. Modern societies are facing a number of grand challenges in order to evolve into sustainable economies. So this is the focus of the G7 and European Union countries and beyond. Solving many of the grand challenges require breakthrough in materials, processing, fundamental understanding of nature. These breakthroughs can only be delivered by scientists and engineers using the most advanced tools available at synchrotron. You cannot do science by having your hands tied behind your back. And currently, most of the OIC countries, including Pakistan, have their hands tied behind their back, where a lot of talents are not utilized fully. So this is just some high moments of Nobel Prizes which have been given. Many, many have come. I want to finish with a couple of things. Scientific, which is is from Abdul Salam. Scientific thought is the common heritage of all mankind. Is not really the privilege of the G7 countries or G8 or G20. And I would like to add that science and innovations are key to the development of a nation. Creation of knowledge rather than the simple utilization is the central pillar for a strong economy. I hope that founding members of countries of SESAME and OIC members would join and invest strongly in SESAME and S&T in general, reaching at least 1.5% of their GDP by 2030. May I remind you, OIC and many other bodies have produced reports where they have said certain things, but that has not happened. So on the left-hand side is a report by the Royal Society and others coming together with OIC countries and others producing this report in 2010. The one on the right is a report produced in 2015. And I've taken the liberty of just putting this from there forward. We said OIC acknowledges that Muslim world is facing a knowledge gap because of its deficiency in science, technology, and innovation, and set itself an ambition of achieving 14% of the world's scientific output, 14% of the world scientific output. It constitutes 24% of the world population. So it's still not ambitious enough. It says 14%. And that is GDP investment in science and technology would increase to 1.4% by 2020. We are in 2024. And I've just shown you the data from 2022, which was showing not even 1% of GDP. So thank you for your attention. I hope you can take this forward in each of your countries to come and support and utilize Sesame and be members of Sesame. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Samar, for your wonderful presentation. Up next, we have a keynote address, which will be delivered by Professor Dr. Atif Al-Katim, who is the Administrative Director at Sesame.
Your Excellency, Professor Al-Shodari, Your Excellency, Dr. Ma'in Khaisat, Professor Samar Hasnain, distinguished participants, Assalamu alaikum. It's a pleasure, of course, to be here with you. And before I start, I would like to thank Professor Shodari for hosting and organizing this event, which is very important even for Sesame. And it is always good to meet the users and really to know about the facility and the facilities we have at Sesame and to utilize this facility. Today, I will give you a short presentation about Sesame and its infrastructure. And I hope you consider this as an invitation for all of you to utilize this facility, this unique facility. So I will start maybe by history. And of course, Sesame is an abbreviation, of course, or the acronym of Synchrotron Light for Experimental Science and Applications in the Middle East. It is located in a small village called Allan, which is about 35 kilometers from Amman, the capital of Jordan. Synchrotron facilities over the world is about, you can see from this map, about more than 50 synchrotron facilities around the world. And you can see most of them are in Europe and United States and China, Japan. But Sesame is the only one in the Middle East and Africa. The idea actually started late in the 80s when the very famous Pakistani physicist, the Nobel laureate Abdul Salam, the one who was highlighting the need of the Middle East for a synchrotron facility. And at the same time, it was a committee which is called the Middle East Scientific Cooperation, which consists of a number of esteemed, distinguished professors and scientists like Sergio Pubini, Aliazar Rabinovich, Hervik Chopar, Todd Ekelov, those group was discussing how to promote the scientific cooperation in the Middle East region. And this committee was used to have some regular meetings. And during 1995, the first actual meeting was held in Egypt. It was in South Sinai in a small place called Dahab. It's a very nice place on the Red Sea. And it was a meeting between the late Professor Dr. Venus Gouda. She was the Minister of Scientific Research in Egypt, and Ali-Azar Rabinovich, and also representative from Palestine and Oman. They also discussed how to promote the cooperation within the Middle East. And actually, they agreed to establish a regional center in the region. But at that time, it was not decided to be a real light source, but it was the idea, just the idea. In 1997, Voss and Wenig, they suggested or recommended to move the PC1 from Germany, because Germany at that time was decided to go to the PC2. So they said, okay, well, let us move the PC1 from Germany to the Middle East region. In 1999, it was the interim council of SESAME was formulated and was headed by Professor Herwig Schuppert. And in April 2000, Jordan was selected to be the host of this center. And also in 2002, a very important decision was made by the interim council is instead of the 0.8 giga-electron-volt PC1, because the energy, you see the energy is only 0.8, it means that it will be limited in application, and maybe it will not be attractive to the scientists of the Middle East. They decided to build a new ring, which is 2.5 giga-electron-volt, to have a third generation facility to be more attractive for the scientists. In 2003, the groundbreaking started in Jordan. 2008, the building was completed. And in late 2016, the machine was commissioned. And in January 2017 was the circulation of the first beam line at SESAME. And the facility was opened officially on 16th of May 2017. And you can see here in this photo, His Majesty is King Abdullah II, and also Princess Sumaya. And you can see esteemed delegations from, you can see here from Pakistan, I think Dr. Naeem, and also from UNESCO, the General Director of UNESCO, and from CERN, from Cyprus, from different members in SESAME, and even the late UK Aman, who was, the director of the International Atomic Energy Agency. And you can see how much this official inauguration was enjoyed and participation of high delegations. But the question, why we build the synchrotron facility? And actually, in countries when we have a limited user community, and also you have a limited science budget, I think regional cooperation or international cooperation is a key factor here. It's better to join together, to share the challenges, the financial challenges, and also the technology challenges. And facility like Light Source, it's really a good place to join or to gather the scientists from different places together and from different backgrounds. Also, Light Source can provide a wide spectrum of thematic areas in science. It ranges from medicine and physics, chemistry, biology, and different thematic areas. And one of the most important thematic areas is cultural heritage, because our region is very rich with culture and history. So I think this also area is very, very important for scientists to investigate. And also, Light Source facility can build or can make cultural bridges between the different backgrounds and different countries. And also, Light Source facility is a user facility, where the user can come to the facility to stay for a week or more to do his research and to do his experiments and take the results back to his home before going back to his home. So SESAME as a project actually is a cooperative venture, and it is modeled on the model of CERN, and actually it was established under the auspices of UNESCO. Sesame is a third generation 2.5 giga-electron volt synchronous light source. It provides the radiation from very wide spectrum of radiation from infrared to the hard X-ray. And it means that you can have much more applications in this wide range. And it is also open to all scientists from the Middle East and of course beyond the Middle East. It means that it's open also to all OIC and other countries. Sesame aims at fostering scientific and technological excellence. It is a world-class science research facility in different subjects or thematic areas of research. It builds the scientific and cultural bridges between diverse society. And you can see when you see the member of Sesame, you can realize this diversity in the background of these members. And also it helping, and this is one of the important aims of Sesame, is to help and to prevent and reverse the brain drain. Actually, our countries are suffering from brain drain. Most of our talented people, they are looking for better opportunities. They are looking for just to go abroad to find their challenge, to prove themselves. But having a facility like this in our region, it gives the opportunity to everyone to challenge himself, to get the skills, to get to prove himself in high quality of not only from science, but also science and technology. Currently, we have 8 members at Sesame, who are Cyprus, Egypt, Iran, Israel, Jordan, Pakistan, Palestine, and Turkey. And we have a great number of observers. And actually, we have 17 member states plus 2 organizations. The 2 organizations are European Union and CERN, this as 2 organizations as observer. And of course, you can see the observers from Brazil and most of them, of course, in Europe, like France, Germany, Italy, Japan, Kuwait, Portugal, Russia, Spain, Sweden, Switzerland, United Arab Emirates, UK, and USA. This is a schematic diagram of the facility we have. I don't know how to use this working. You can see here we have the machine composed of 3 accelerators. The first accelerator is called the microphone, where the electrons are produced and the energy of these electrons are increased up to 20 million electron volts. And after that, these electrons go through the transfer line to the second accelerator, which is called the boosting ring. And this booster comes from the BIS1. Of course, it is completely integrated, completely refurbished. But this booster, the energy of the electrons increased from 20 million electron volt to 800 million electron volt. After that, the electrons are moved through this transfer line to the third accelerator, which is called the storage ring. And this storage ring, the energy again is boosted from 800 million electron volt up to 2.5 giga electron volt. And you can see this storage ring composed of number of binding magnets, because you know that electrons always go in trajectory. And to make it go in circular movement, we need to have magnetic field, external magnetic field, just to direct the electrons in circle. And during this direction or this deflection, you know, when charged particle like electrons are deflected, they lose some of the energy. And this energy goes in the form of light. And this light is, of course, it covers wide range from infrared to the hard X-ray. And this is, we take this light into the beam lines. And this is the beam lines, you can filter out this light to take specific energy or a very small range of energy for a specific application, like the infrared or XRF, which is X-ray fluorescence beam line, or material science beam line, or the beats, and the other HESIP and fixed-base beam line. Currently, we have 5 operational beam lines. This is called XF, and which X-ray fine structure, and the X-ray fluorescence beam line, and infrared beam line, material science powder diffraction beam line, and the HESIP, which is a soft X-ray beam line, and beats, which is a tomography beam line. All of these scientific features of Sesame, of course, will be covered by Dr. Lauzi in his presentation. I think immediately after the break, he will give you more details about the beam lines and its capabilities. The 5 beam lines, 2 of them are from the 2 bending magnets. It means that the light goes directly from the 2 bending magnets. And we have another 3 beam lines, which goes through insertion devices. And insertion devices, you can increase the intensity of the light coming from the facility. We have also another beamline called this is number 6, the text base, which is a Turkish beamline. And this will be the first beamline which will be built by one of Sesame members. It is completely built by the Turkish, by Turkey. And it will be based or share with HESIP the front end. So it will be, maybe we can say half beamline. It's not a full beamline. And also we are, for the new beamlines, also we have initiative for the macrocrystalline crystallography MX beamline. This one is very important beamline, and actually it has the first priority for the coming beamline to join the suite of 5 operational beamlines at Sesame. Until now, I think 85, maybe it's 86 publications. In my record, 85, maybe Andrea, it is 86, maybe it's not 85. But anyway, this is the publications. All these publications are in highly impacted journals. It's very, very, you know, the research coming from light sources, you can publish it in high-ranked journals. Yeah. And also, Sesame is, as I told, is a user facility. It means that we receive proposals. And you can see in this slide the number of proposals we received so far from the 7 calls we made. The total is 728 proposals, and 350 were accepted. Of course, the acceptance based on the scientific merit. But you can see here the numbers submitted from the different members. There's more than 600 comes from the Sesame members, but we still have more proposals coming from the non-members. For example, 52 from Sesame observers, and also 24 from potential members. These countries are not members yet, but they are potential. They could be good members for Sesame. And also we have about 49 proposals coming from different countries around the world. And you can see here from Europe and from Latin America, from Australia, from different countries are submitting proposals at Sesame. But here from Pakistan, what is the contribution? Because we are now in Pakistan, so maybe you would like to know the contribution of Pakistan in Sesame activities. And you can see here about maybe 30 participants in different events, like fellowships and workshops and so on. And also about more than 100 are participating in Sesame Users Meeting. Sesame, every year we organize a Sesame Users Meeting. We make it in most probably we make it in Jordan, in Sesame, and sometimes we make it abroad in some other countries like Turkey, like Egypt, like other, the members of Sesame. And also Sesame, we received a number of staff from Sesame, and I remember, of course, Professor Hafiz Hourani. He was the scientific director of Sesame for a while, and after that, he left Sesame. But currently, we have 4 staff members from Sesame. We have Dr. Latif, and he is with us today. He's a beamline scientist in the XRF beamline, and also we have Abed Rahman, he's a mechanical engineer. We have Muhammad Iqbal, he's a senior technician, and we have Muhammad Wasim, who is a radio frequency engineer. Sesame also has a guest house, because users, when they come to do their research, they need to stay close to the facility. And because we are not in Amman, we are in a place which is a little bit far, is a place where there's no hotels around us. So a guest house is very important to have a guest house in place. And this guest house can host up to 48 guest members. We have 48 rooms. And actually this building was built by a generous donation from the Italian government. Here's some photos for you can see here the bedroom. We have also kitchen, this large kitchen, and we have some dining area and some small meeting rooms also in this bedroom. And we have also one of the very important infrastructure and facilities in Sesame. And I think without this facility, it was difficult for Sesame actually to continue until today. It is a solar power plant, which is 100% donated or financed from the European Union. It's a European Union project with $7.1 million US. And this facility is operated since February 28, 2019. In 2019, it is 6.5 megawatt solar power plant. And this plant makes Sesame not only the first accelerator in the world, but it is the only accelerator in the world who is 100% operated by renewable energy. In this graph, you can see here how much we should pay if we don't have the solar power plant and what actually we are paying with the solar plant. With the solar plant, we pay only something called the wheeling fees because the plant is about 30 kilometers from the location of Sesame. Sesame is located in green area where we don't find it, empty place to install the facility, the solar power plant. And it is not allowed to cut the trees. This area is green area in Jordan. So by law, we couldn't make it very close to Sesame. So we bought it about 50 kilometers from Sesame, but we pay only the wheeling fees, which is a transfer of the energy from the production place to Sesame place. And you see this number is really limited number, but maybe you can see these figures in the coming table. In this table, you can see how much we should pay without solar power plant and how much we are paying with the solar power plant. You can see the figures difference. This is the total we should pay, 14 million since 2018 until October 2023. And you can see here the savings. We saved 14 million of US dollar. And you can see the capital cost of this plant is only 7 million. And if we don't have this solar plant, we had to pay this 14.848 million US dollars. And you can see also the bill, sorry, it may be here. You can see here some months, you can see about $500,000. It's 480,000 US dollars per month. And the Sesame budget, we cannot accommodate this by any means. It's maybe the old Sesame budget, maybe it's not cover the interest. So this project is serious for Sesame. So thanks to the European Union, of course, for the support. And actually, the European Union supported Sesame not only in the solar power plant, but they're supporting Sesame in building the beam line. And also they continuing their support from even not only from the European, but also from European countries like Switzerland, like Germany, like Italy. They're always supporting Sesame with new components, with new beam lines, to improve or to increase the capital infrastructure of Sesame. Sesame also, we have a very ambitious plan for the next 5 years. And always we are planning. We have to achieve your strategic goal, you have to have strategic plans. So the next 5 years strategic plan, which is from 2024 to 2028, we have a number of strategic goals. And these goals, of course, will depend on the fund or the available budget. Hopefully, we will have the budget to achieve these goals. But the first goal is to consolidate the existing beam lines. The existing beam lines need some consolidation to be more beneficial to the users. So we can improve the quality even of our beam lines and our infrastructure with a slight investment. And also, Sesame is planned to expand the Sesame suite of beam lines. We currently have 5 and 1 under construction. So we hope that to add 5 beam lines more, but we are focusing on 3 only. These 3 beam lines are the MX, which is a macromolecular protein crystallography, and the SESAME, small angle and wide angle X-ray scattering, and the VUV, which is vacuum ultraviolet spectroscopy. We are focusing on these 3 beam lines. Hopefully, we can add them during the next 5 years. And hopefully, of course, if we have more budget, we will think how will the 2 other beam lines. We will decide the other 2 beam lines with our members and our, of course, SEC, the Scientific Committee. So we'll see what are the beam lines, but this is based on the availability of budget. Also, Sesame aims to replace the current 800 million volt injector with a full energy. Currently, we inject the electrons inside the storage ring, and it stays there for 24 hours. And during these 24 hours, the current reduces a little bit. But if we have a full energy or top-up injection, it means that we will keep the energy of the electrons almost stable during the 24 hours or during the operation of the machine. Also, we are planning to upgrade the radio frequency, the cooling, the control this is a plan actually to upgrade all the systems in the machine, and also to construct the administrative building to accommodate its growing number of staff, and also to host a large auditorium for large meetings at Sesame. We can make it at Sesame. And also this plan also aims at developing a communication and outreach strategy to reach out to the scientific community in its broadest sense. So this plan is really very ambitious plan, but it needs capital and operational budget. So we need, of course, support from the members and also from the observers and other countries. I think this is my last slide, which is called the Sesame Keys. Sesame has become a reality because I know that some people were skeptical about Sesame from the beginning. I mean, this is before Sesame became operational, but it's a reality now. Sesame is a unique, large scientific infrastructure in the Middle East and neighboring region. Sesame is now operational and performing well. Sesame is producing world-class science. Sesame is continuously growing. By your support, by your participation, by your work, I think Sesame can grow by our cooperation together. So let us put our hands together. Let us take Sesame to another venue. I think this facility needs to be pushed for up. And actually it is ready. This facility, as the Professor Chaudhry said, it's a unique facility. It's a high quality of research, high quality, high class science. You can do something which you cannot do in your laboratory. So please utilize this facility. This is my final message to all of you. And this is an invitation for all of you to come to Sesame and to join our activities. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Next, we have a talk by our guest of honor, Mr. Abdul Noor Sekendi, who's the Director General of Science and Technology at OICGS, and he will be joining us online. Sir, are you with us?
Yeah.
Speak loudly.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. You can hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Yeah. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. His Excellency, Professor Dr. Iqbal Chaudhry, Coordinator General of Comstech, His Excellency Dr. Main Abdul Fattah Khurasat, Ambassador of the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan to the Islamic Republic of Pakistan, distinguished scientists, experts, distinguished guests, members of the diplomatic corps, all present in your respective capacities, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, and a very good morning to everybody. I take this opportunity to extend a warm welcome to each of you as we gather for the important two-day Sesame Users Meeting organized jointly by the Standing Committee, the OIC Standing Committee for Scientific Research, Scientific and Technological Cooperation, comstech, and Sesame. It is indeed a pleasure to witness the convergence of minds from research institutions and higher education institutions across OIC member states and beyond, already integral parts of the Sesame initiative. The raison d'etre of the gathering lies in fostering active engagement among scientists within OIC member states while leveraging the facilities provided by the Sesame. A collaborative effort between Sesame and comstech is underway to empower scientists from OIC member states to conduct groundbreaking experiments at the Sesame facility. I'm made to understand that the principal objectives that underscore the significance of hosting the SESAME Users Meeting in 2024 here in Islamabad include the following: providing a platform for education on the scientific and technological advancement in the domain of synchrotrons beamline and their application, affording the opportunity to discuss potential collaborative ventures among OIC scientists and researchers, and exploring the manifold research applications offered by the SESAME beamlines, and develop a strategic program delineating the potential use of SESAME beamlines in the future, aimed at the discernible benefit of OIC researchers, among others. Over the course of these 2 days, we are privileged to have insights of eminent scholars and experts from the United Kingdom, the Islamic Republic of Pakistan, Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan, Republic of France, who will serve as invaluable resource persons for this event. Participants coming from countries like Algeria, Pakistan, Jordan, Bangladesh, Iran, Oman, Brazil, Italy, and China will engage both in person and virtually, symbolizing the global reach of this endeavor. This gathering is not merely a convergence of minds, it is a convergence of expertise and knowledge. Through lectures, policy discussions, and interactive sessions, we aim to elevate the utilization of SESAME facilities for the scientific development of OIC member states and foster research partnerships among scientists across the borders. The participation of experts from various countries, both physically and virtually, is a testament to the collaborative spirit that underlies the SESAME initiative. As we delve into technical discussions and policy considerations, I encourage all participants to actively network, fostering a ripple effect for science diplomacy within OIC member states through and beyond through the auspices of comstech. In conclusion, I extend my gratitude to comstech and SESAME for organizing this important gathering. On behalf of the OIC General Secretariat, I convey our best wishes for the success of this event and offer our firm support to comstech in achieving its mission and objectives. May this meeting be a catalyst for the development and strengthening of research and industrial capacities across the region, leaving an indelible mark on the scientific landscape. I wish each participant a fruitful and enriching experience during their stay in the beautiful city of Islamabad, making memories that resonate with the spirit of collaboration and innovation. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, sir. Next, I would like to invite our honorable chief guest, His Excellency Dr. Ma'in Khalifa, who is the ambassador of the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan, which is also the host country of SESAME, for his address.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Honorable Professor Dr. Muhammad Iqbal Chaudhry, Coordinator General of comstech, honorable guests, esteemed colleagues, and distinguished members of the scientific community, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamu alaikum and good morning. It is an honor and a privilege to stand before you today as the ambassador of Jordan, representing a nation that has consistently demonstrated its commitment to advancing scientific and technological cooperation within the Islamic world. Today, we gather here in Islamabad for a momentous occasion, the SESAME Users Meeting 2024, organized generously by comstech. As we delve into the objectives of this two-day meeting, it becomes apparent that our collective focus is on the future, advancing our understanding of the scientific and technical marvels within the domain of synchrotron, beamlines, and their diverse applications. SESAME, the synchrotron light for experimental science and application, in the Middle East stands as a beacon for collaboration, bringing together minds from across the OIC member states to push the boundaries of knowledge and innovation. I stand before you with great enthusiasm to discuss a remarkable initiative that does not only exemplify the spirit of international collaboration, but also underscores Jordan's commitment to scientific progress and regional cooperation. Jordan, as the host country of the SESAME, has played a pivotal role in fostering an environment that encourages scientific inquiry and cross-cultural collaboration. Jordan has committed itself to providing the necessary resources to support to ensure the success of SESAME. This initiative not only demonstrates Jordan's dedication to advancing science and technology within its borders, but also reflects its broader commitment to regional stability and prosperity. The partnership between Comstech and Synchrotron Light serves as a shining example of diplomacy through science. By coming together to advance our understanding of the natural world, we strengthen the bonds between the nations, transcending borders and fostering a sense of unity. In an era where global challenges require global solutions, this collaboration is a testament to the belief that by working together, we can overcome obstacles and build a brighter future for all. The collaboration between Comstech and SESAME holds immense promise for the Middle East, a region that has a rich history of scientific contributions and a bright future ahead. As we celebrate the achievements of SESAME, it is crucial to highlight the bilateral relations between Jordan and Pakistan. The ties between our two nations are deeply rooted in history, culture, and shared values. Both countries have consistently demonstrated a commitment to enhancing cooperation in various fields, including political, economic, and cultural domains. Our shared commitment to science and technology provides another avenue for collaboration. Jordan and Pakistan can explore opportunities for joint research initiatives, academic exchange, and technology transfer. By leveraging each other's strengths, we can contribute to the advancement of knowledge and innovation on a global scale. In conclusion, SESAME stands as a shining example of what can be achieved when nations come together in pursuit of scientific excellence. Jordan is proud to host this remarkable facility, and we extend our hand in friendship and collaboration to nations across the region, including our dear friends in Pakistan. Let us continue to build bridges, both scientific and diplomatic, and work towards a future where the pursuit of knowledge knows no border. Thank you, and may the fruits of our collaboration efforts be a beacon of inspiration for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Excellency, for your wonderful remarks. With this, we come to an end of the inaugural session, but I would like to thank you all for joining us today. But before we head out for group photo and high tea, I would like to request Coordinator General Comstech, Dr. Iqbal Chaudhry, to kindly present the Science and Technology Innovation Profile of Jordan to the Excellency.
Series.
Dr. Andrea P.A., Major of Summer Kalagawa. First speaker, Dr. Andrea.
Dr. Summer, Dr. Saab, Tashir. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let me welcome you to the first post-inaugural session. And these are actually two very important presentations by leading experts to set the stage for next 2 days, inshallah. And we have two very distinguished speakers for those presentations. The first one is Professor Dr. Andrea Lossi, and he will be speaking to us about the opportunities which Sesame offers. He was born in Trieste in 1961. Andrea graduated in physics at the University of Trieste with a thesis on the diffraction of helium atoms applied to the study of the phase transition in two-dimensional systems. His scientific activity then developed in the field of synchrotron light and X-ray structural determination methods. He participated in the construction of the first diffraction beamline at the Italian source Elettra. Later, leading the beamline dedicated to the powder diffraction and the an Italian-Indian collaboration for the high-pressure diffraction beamline. As the coordinator of the communication of Electra, he chaired in 2019 the RICE workshop group that brings together the communication offices of the research infrastructure in Europe. Since 2020, he is scientific director of the Middle East Synchrotron facility, Sesame, and thus plays an extremely important role. In fact, right in the center of the application of Sesame. And with this, I would like to request Professor Andrea for his presentation. Thank you, sir.
So good morning, everybody. Can you hear me? Yes, I guess so. Yeah? Not too strong. So, Dr. Ivan Chutari, thank you very much for the introduction, and thank you very much for inviting me here, for inviting us here, for inviting Sesame to this event, which I hope will bring in a lot of fruits for the future from many different trees. And so my talk will be more or less an attempt to give you a sort of virtual visit of what Sesame is now and what can be done there. So I start with the usual introductory slides. You have already heard about the history of synchronous radiation this morning, but just to focus a second, synchronous radiation was first observed in 1947 in a small synchrotron in New York, so a tabletop machine practically, because the vacuum chamber was made of glass. So this was a synchrotron, light was seen, hence the name, synchrotron light. And at that time, this generated 20 lines in a journal, in a letter. We observed synchrotron light, that's it. 77 years later, the situation is completely different. The interest on this kind of radiation has grown exponentially. And you see that there are now more than 50 facilities around the world, clustered essentially in North America, Europe, and the Far East, utilizing this radiation for research. And these brings together a community of researchers from all over the world of at least 50,000 scientists every year. So it is the largest scientific community in the world, actually. The reasons of this tremendous success are inherent to the nature of synchrotron radiation. And to cut the thing short, there are many properties of synchrotron radiation which are very useful for different fields and for different techniques. But essentially, the two main reasons for this success are the fact that the beam is very collimated, it's very parallel, it is a very concentrated radiation, and it covers a wide range of energies. Not only a wide range of energies which goes from infrared all the way to X-rays, but it is actually peaked around X-rays. And X-rays are extremely important for us to explore matter, because X-rays are those which have the wavelength of the bonds in molecules and the energy of the electrons which form these bonds. So they are the key to understand the chemistry of matter. And then on top of that, synchrotron radiation offers a time-structured beam, a coherent beam. You can tune the polarization with some means. You can calculate relatively easily how many photons you should receive and with which geometry and so on. So there are many more characteristics of synchrotron radiation. And finally, these machines, these synchrotron, actually they are not anymore synchrotrons, these are storage rings which you keep the energy, not increase the energy, but keep the energy of the electrons in round. These are round, these are circles, so they can work many different instruments in parallel. And actually, the more you build, the better it is, because it's more economically viable. So all these things make synchrotron radiation an extremely appealing tool. Used for what? That depends on the kind of interaction between radiation and matter that you are using. You can do imaging with that, from Röntgen to very finely detailed XTC with submicron resolution nowadays. You can have absorption of infrared spectroscopy technique, which allows you to distinguish the chemistry of your sample. You can do various kinds of structural investigations, from crystallography to EXAFs, and understand where the atoms are in matter. And you can interact with the electrons in the body, in the bonds which tie the atoms in molecules, or balance and the overstructures in the dead band. So, and you can change the polarization of the beam. So at a certain point, you can also have magnetic information out of your sample. this extreme flexibility attracts a lot of different fields and so scientists coming from physics, life science, engineering, chemistry, you name it, can take advantage of these material science investigations, which are, as already remembered this morning, the same kind of informations that you can get with laboratory sources. But there are things that can be done at synchrotrons. It is not only faster, it's not only better. There are also things that simply cannot be done with a laboratory source. So imagine each of these synchrotron radiation sources are a community in which chemists interact with archaeologists, in which physicists interact with biologists, and they cross-fertilize ideas. Also, synchrotron radiation themselves, they cluster together into communities. And this is a picture of the LEAPS, the League of European Accelerator-Based Photon Sources, which is the community of synchrotrons in Europe, to which SESAME is an associate member. You have heard the history of how SESAME was built and the importance that the observers, especially the European observers, have had in the building up of the expertise and the machineries at SESAME. So let's go to the real visit. This is a picture of the accelerator. This star-shaped structure is the concrete wall which separates the experimental hall from the machine. So it protects us from the gamma radiation, which are emitted continuously by the electrons running. SESAME is a third-generation light source, which means that it has bending magnets in order to make a circle, but also insertion devices, which produce more tailored and more specialized light for some of the beam lengths. It is a relatively compact machine, 133 meters in circumference. There are many machines which are bigger than larger than SESAME, but SESAME has been designed very cleverly by Dieter Ehrenfeld, and sorry, and it is actually the third generation machine which has the highest ratio between the length of the strain sections and the total length. So it is the most third generation machine around, in a way. And so these are the parameters, and these are the photon sources that we are hosting at the moment. So bending magnets, obviously, bending magnets are always there. They always provide beam. So it's always a pity not to have a bending magnet beam line because you are wasting photons. And 3 insertion devices at the moment, a wiggler, a triple wiggler, and an undulator. And this machine is worked like all synchrotrons in the world, 24-hour, 7 days a week, or we try to get there. We have a little bit too less personnel to really do that. But thanks to the users, we can stay at night. They have the guest house, so they can work also at night. We can leave the machine working also during night, and someone will be there to change the sample if needed. So at the moment, we are providing in this hybrid way up to 4,000 hours of light per year, which is a substantial number. And it's, as you see here, it is still growing. The beam lengths attached to these sources are summarized here. So there is it's not yet completed, but we are in completing the phase 1 beamline of SESAME, and that is 2 beamlines to the bending magnet, the infrared and the X-ray fluorescence beamline, and 3 beamlines are already attached to the 3 different insertion devices, and the textless beamline is under construction, while the MX is fully designed and ready to be made as soon as funding is available, and the SAX beamline is under design. We have several options: attach it together with MX, as a branch or not. So there are options, and that will also depend on who will be pushing for that. these are the beamlines experimental stations. So the infrared spectrum microscopy, the bending magnet X-ray fluorescence beamline, and then down there the powder diffraction beamline, the beads beamline, and the HESEP beamline. So these are the numbers of proposals that we have received over the years. It is difficult to see a trend in these graphs because the x-axis is aperiodical. So you see there are proposals in 2016, in 2018, 19, 21, the COVID in between, 22, 21 was actually only a call for the MS beamline, which was just built, 22, and finally now we are entering with 2023, 2023 to 2024, which is now open in this moment. We are entering a semester pace, regular. So at that point, it will be possible to understand the trends a bit better than just this. But the numbers, as you see, are quite good. The total number of proposals is over 700, and we accepted in the panel, which is actually led by Professor Samar. We have accepted roughly half of that. Accepting half of the proposals is a healthy number for both the proponent and the facility. It allows the facility to select the best proposals, and it is not discouraging for those who are not accepted, because especially now that there is a new set of proposals every 6 months, if I don't succeed now, it's just like a paper. Okay, I will succeed next thing. I will read carefully what the panel has written, has commented, and it will be possible to get me in time. The committee is divided into 4 subcommittees. Each of them is led by a distinguished scientist in the field, and they do a fantastic job for us. I'm very grateful, because as for all the referees, they are doing this pro bono out of their free time, and we must be very, very thankful for that. The output at the end of this is a set of publications, and also here the numbers are comforting. I can say so. 86 publications over the few years of functioning, considering that there was also the COVID in between. I think it's quite comforting, and the values in the impact factor, an average above 5, and a substantial fraction of them above 7 is a very good result, which testifies of the quality of the machine and of the quality of the users. It's not just the machine or just the users, they are all together in this. A very rapid show of the beamlines, beamline by beamline. This is the experimental setup at the IR beamline. As you see, as for all IR beamlines, they look exactly like an IR laboratory. The only difference is that the source is a synchrotron. So what you gain with a synchrotron, you do what you do in all other infrared laboratories. So you shine infrared light on the sample. The vibration of the molecule will absorb the various frequencies. This gives you a fingerprint of the chemistry of your sample. What you gain, because it's synchrotron radiation, is the brilliance, and the brilliance allows you to squeeze the microscope more and get a good signal to noise ratio also at a high spatial resolution. What is in the future of this beamline is what is arriving. It's already been acquired by the Institute of Nuclear Physics in Italy, and will be sent to SESAME very soon. Just a few twinkles about the dual use of this kind of instruments. Is a focal pan array detector, which allows to not only investigate point by point like we do now with the microscope, but to take 4K spectra at the same time in a square of 64 by 64 detectors. the first paper to give a feeling of what you do with this kind of instrument. This is the first paper which was published by the Beamline. It is by a Jordanian group on the search for the new diagnostic tools for preeclampsia, which is a placenta disease endemic in the region. And it is a very difficult disease to be diagnosed. So finding modification of the proteins which could serve as markers for an early alert is quite important. The EXAFS beamline, this is a close look at the experimental station. You see it is, as for all X-ray absorption spectroscopy beamlines, it's a relatively simple design. You have an ionization chamber at the beginning, which tells you how many photons are arriving on the sample, then a sample holder, and then another ionization chamber after that, which tells you how many photons have been transmitted. And so then you can get the information on the absorption. And okay, near that, we can do the same game with the fluorescence or with the luminescence from the sample. What is the advantage of a laboratory source just for X-ray fluorescence? The fact that you can tune the energy. So the real key of the beamline is the monochromator, because that will allow you to change the energy and to select the energy and cover this very wide spectrum. On top of that, you can follow with fluorescence, you will have an elemental analysis. And you can do it better because you are able to select the energy. But also, you can, at this point, follow the absorption as a function of the energy of the impinging photon. And this gives you further information. So if you look at the near edge structures, this will tell you about the chemistry around, so the chemistry environment. And if you instead follow it for a longer range in energy, you have what is called extended X-ray absorption fine structure. And these oscillations are essentially an electron spectroscopy mediated by photons. The photons tell you what the electrons have done around the emitter when emitted. And this brings information of where are the nearby atoms. And this can be done without any kind of crystal. So glass research, for example, can be pursued in this case. One little note about our detector for fluorescence is that it is the best. Simply, it's a 64 element drift diode detector, which was developed in Italy by INFN together with Electra. There is one of these in Electra and one of these in Sesame, and they can go up to more than 10 million counts per second with a resolution which is practically the same that you have with a germanium detector. Okay, for X-ray fluorescence analysis, just one example to show that we are engaged in cultural heritage studies. This is a plaster figurine from the Jordan Museum. It has been analyzed on the surface to understand the chemistry of these paintings of the colors of that. This comes from the Byzantine time. Powder diffraction. This is the beamline for powder diffraction. This is the experimental station. You see here there is the diffractometer. So the beam comes from here. You put the sample here in a capillary, and then you collect the diffracted peaks with this detector going around on this arm. It has a robot to change the sample. It's still to be finished. To remember you what powder diffraction is, there will be a much better talk about powder diffraction later on. Is requesting meeting summary with AI enabled. Okay. Hello. So crystallography gives you a possibility to investigate where are the atoms, because the selection rules of the translational symmetry concentrates the energy into a few directions, and in those directions you are able to actually acquire intensity and hence get the informations about the atomic structures. In a powder, you have the same, but with a virtually infinite number of crystals oriented in any possible way, and so you get, instead of single directions, you have circles. And you collect the circles and you get these kind of spectra, which are made of functions of intensity over to theta. So what you gain in case of a synchrotron radiation beamline, obviously the beam is much more parallel, which means that these peaks will be narrower, so you can investigate more complicated structure and still have separated peaks. And on the other side, you see the circle are dispersing the energy in all directions. What we are looking is practically only in one direction. So you need more intensity in order to, so the fact that there is more intensity at the synchrotron allows you to get better spectra. And this more intensity allows you also to do the experiment faster, and then, which means that you can change some parameter or follow a reaction in time. So opens you the possibility of a fourth dimension in time for your research. And there are other things which are good because the beam is parallel. What is this? Is it? I'm sorry, I have no idea. Okay, so these are some pictures of what is the so because of the need of more intensity, this beamline is attached to a wiggler, so it has practically 100 times more photons than you can get from the bending magnet. Again, there is an optical hatch and the experimental hatch. And you see here, you have this hot blower. This allows us to change the temperature of the sample between room temperature and 100 Celsius. We also are implementing now a cryocooler, and you can do this kind of games by changing parameters. Enable. Welcome to my companion, welcome. Thank you. So, and again, one example from the past papers of the MSXPD beamline. This is the first group which actually came, because that was at the end of COVID. It was still not possible to enter Jordan, so the group is obviously from Jordan. It's from the Royal Scientific Society. They have a study on different kind of MOFs for absorption of water, of CO2, and so on. And so they investigated the changes in the structure as a function of temperature for that. They were also very quick in publishing that. In only a few months the paper was out. Now, how to go on? Yeah. Okay, next beamline is the Beats beamline. BEATS stands for Beamline Photomography at SESAME, and this is actually a European project which was funded until last year. So a 4-year project for the design, construction, and installation of a state-of-the-art tomography beamline at SESAME, with the idea that we are using the know-how of several synchrotron radiation sources in Europe, led by ESRF, and the beneficiaries were not only SESAME, but only other facilities in Europe which did not have a tomography beamline at that time, and were in the process of making one. So all the designs and the blueprints were available for all the members. And so this is the total look. It is the longest beamline, 45 meters of SESAME, and would like to remember you the CT tomography, how it works. So it is a very well-known technique. You have in the case of the initial setups, it was human brain and a detector which was moved around together with the source of X-ray. By taking many radiographies at different angles, you calculate a 3D structure inside the object that was under investigation. It was a tremendous success, and already in the first less than 10 years, there were more than 1,000 of these machines built and distributed by EMI in the world, and a Nobel Prize was awarded in '79 for computer tomography. We can do differently, obviously. We cannot move the source, first of all. So what we do is to rotate the sample in between the beam and the detector. The beam in our case is parallel, so it's not divergent. We don't have any enlargement effect in this case, but we can have detectors with very fine pixel size. And so this is what we have at SESAME, for example. So we can have the camera is always the same. Okay, we have two kinds of cameras, but essentially what we change is the objective. And so we can either increase the field of view and at the expense of the pixel size, or go to smaller pixel size with a smaller field of view down to 0.65 microns. This kind of multi-resolution setup is actually what is very useful, because in general, what you will have is that you do first an image of the entire object, and then you concentrate more and more and more on the detail in the sample. So as is done in this example from the ESRF on this skull from a ancient human being. What you can do more with synchrotron radiation with respect to the laboratory source is to utilize the coherence of the source. And so there are cases in which absorption-driven radiography fails simply because the objects have the same density, and so there is no contrast. This is the case of this amber piece, which is an opaque amber piece. If you do a radiography, you don't see much. But if you utilize the fact that there is also a change in the phase, so if you go away from the sample with the detector, you let this develop in space, and in the far field, you see the fringes of the change of phase at the border, and here appears the insects which are embedded in the amber, because you see the tiny details of the border between two regions, even if the density is very similar. So all in all, the advantages of synchrotron radiation over laboratory sources in XCT is a much higher resolution. You can look at finer details. You can do everything much, much faster. I mean, seconds against hours. And you can use, you can also go to a specific energy. So you can have elementary specific investigations, and you can use the spatial coherence to get phase contrast images. So a plethora of different advantages. I don't have a paper here yet to show, but I can show you three what was obtained with less than 1 minute of data taking. So you can make the image of an object, and then you have the complete 3D reconstructions, which allows you not only to look at it from every side, but also to virtually section it and go through the inner parts of the object. So this is a 3 micron resolution image of a wasp. This took a minute, more or less, to be for data taking, and then it's more the time for the computing for the image than the data taking. And so this has been done in December at Sesame. Last beamline is the HESE beamline, Helmholtz Sesame beamline. This was a donation from 5 Helmholtz institutes in Germany, which decided to fund Sesame with 3.5 million euros to build a beamline. The beamline is attached to an undulator, so this is the source. The undulator is an Apple undulator, so where Apple stays for advanced planar polarized light emitter of type 2, and this means that you can tune not only the energy by changing the distance between the polar expansion of the undulator, but you can also change the polarization of the beam, because by shifting in different ways the upper with respect to the lower rank of magnets, you can impose a spiral trajectory to the electrons in the insertion device, and so go from linear polarization to circular right or circular left polarization. And these can be used to investigate the magnetic structures, because the absorption will change with respect to the chirality of the polarization. The energy range covered by this is complementary to the energy range of the EXAS beamline. So EXAS beamline does absorption spectroscopies in the hard X-ray domain up below 6 keV. Here we can go from 80 electron volts up to 2 keV, which gives us access to all those Gibbs edges which were not available in the other beam. So you can explore carbon, nitrogen, and oxygen up to silicon. This is a picture of the beamline with so Wolfgang Eberhard was the project leader for the construction, and so these are all the characteristics and the numbers, and these are the all the things that have been done in preparation for the users, which will arrive now in February. So the characterization of it's a bit more complicated as a source and undulator with respect to a wiggler or a bending magnet, which simply you open the shutter, you have all the energies, and then it is the beamline that has to select the energy. But here you must also govern the entire. It's an entire experiment from the source to the experimental station. So you have to tame and tune the polarization, the energy, and so forth. So the characterization of such a beamline takes quite longer with respect to any other. And at the end, there is an experimental chamber which allows you to take the absorption of the sample, so to get the fluorescence or the total yield, total electron yield on a sample that you can move in front of the beam with a manipulator with a good spatial resolution of 1 micron roughly. You can cool it down, you can heat it up, you can impose a magnetic field on the sample, load lock into ultra high vacuum. And one particular special characteristic of this beamline is a capillary entrance from the beamline to the experimental chamber. So 20 microns aperture, which not only makes a very fine spots, but also allows you to have helium atmosphere at 1 bar in the experimental chamber and ultra high vacuum in the rest of the beamline. And this means that you can put here, differently from any other similar beamline, you can put a specimen, a painting or a specimen which is precious, and it will not be damaged by the absence of an atmosphere. The beamline has a switching mirror, and on that switching mirror will be attached the detector, the beamline which Turkey is building in this moment. As already remembered by Dr. Ratef, this will be a game changer. It's a different business model, if you want. All the beamlines that you have seen now are beamlines of Sesame. This will be a beamline of Turkey, and 50% of the beam time will be for the general users, and 50% of the time will be for the Turkish community. We hope to have more and more users meetings around the world on targeting the potential users of Sesame. This is a picture of the 18th user meeting, the first user meeting since COVID, because for 2 years we did not have any because it was not possible to come. And so far, at least 100 researchers from Pakistan have participated into our user meeting. And so I hope it continues like this. And we are also very much engaged in preparing, in hosting schools. So this is, it ends today, the 3rd edition of the school that we are organizing together with the ICTP. Also here, the number of Pakistani students have been growing constantly. So there were 5 in the 1st edition, 5 in the 2nd edition, and 15 in the 3rd edition. So it's continuously growing the interest to the school. And I would just finish with this remark that Sesame is open, it is a well-connected international facility, and it is at disposal for any kind of science. Thank you.
Take some questions. Sure. So 5 minutes. Dr. Annenberg.
Very good. My name is Annenberg. I'm a very old diffractionist in the 1960s. Neutron diffraction and then. I'd like to, it's a very interesting lecture which gives you a wavelength of 6 keV to about 30, as I saw in one of the slides. I'd like to put forward one proposal. We had an experiment on Mossberg gamma ray diffraction, which is 14.4 keV, but the resolution is very high. The line is very narrow, 10 to the power minus 8 electron volt, and the energy is 14 keV. So you have something like 10 to the power minus 12. So my question is, can you have some windows of small energy units to have a line of 14.4 keV from the synchrotron, and then investigate the experiment, because here the luminosity is very high as compared to the Mossberg sources, which is very small as compared to the synchrotron sources. So that will be one investigation of the phonons, the lattice vibrations of the atoms under the Bragg peaks, which requires some billion electron volt resolution.
Yeah.
So this is a very good source with high intensity. If you can get a competition with the Mossberg energy using synchrotron radiation. Is it
It
possible?
is possible. It is possible. It is done, for example, in ESRF. There is a beamline there with milli electron volt resolution at key V.
What sort
So
of
the
minimum steps?
problem to building such a beamline, they are obviously extremely complicated technologically to be built, because you need an external two monochromators embedded one into another. The first takes the heat load and makes a first bandwidth, which is of the order of 10 to the minus 4, so of the order of 5 to 10 electron volts, and then this can be then fed to a second monochromator, one inside the other, so that you can get everything. Obviously, at that point, since the world is made of rubber at those angular resolutions, then you have to embed everything in a thermal envelope to keep the temperature very stable. So it is possible. It has been done. It has been done at ESRF, and yes, with the power of a facility which has a weight much higher than Sesame, I must say. So the hundreds of
Andrea, thank you.
times.
In the interest of time, I think we need to move forward. And I'm sure that we get plenty of chances to discuss with this point. I think this dialogue would continue. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for giving us an entire landscape of Sesame. It was the most needed first presentation, which provide you all requisite information about Sesame, a crash course about Sesame. And so for this very important session, the second speaker is very prominent, very close to our heart, our very dear friend, Professor Dr. Samar Hasnain, who is in UK since last 50 years, but he kept his relationship with this country and his association with all of us always very strong. And each one of us can have a personal story that he touched us in a very profound manner and help us to grow scientifically, professionally. And let me have the honor of introducing him. Professor Samar Hasnain, structural biologist with over 45 years of, well, let me read this a little bit, because there are some young people also. So he is actually a synchrotron person, because he has done his PhD in 1976 from the University of Manchester. And since then, he has been associated with a whole range of various projects, which requires the use of synchrotron source. In 1979, Professor Hasnain joined the UK's effort of establishing the world's first dedicated synchrotron radiation source as a full-time scientific staff member of the Raspberry National Laboratory. In 1989, he established the Molecular Biophysics Lab at Raspberry, where he remained as head of the group until March 2008. And he moved to the University of Liverpool as Max Bruce Professor of Molecular Biophysics, where he established the Berkeley X-ray Laboratory Biophysics, naming the X-ray laboratory after the Liverpool Nobel Prize winner, Professor Charles Glover Berkeley, who had established the nature of Totingen X-rays. Professor Hasnain, then moved on to International Union of Crystallography to launch the Journal of Synchrotron Radiation in 1993 and become its founding editor with Professor Kimito Subo and Professor John Halliwell. He was the editor-in-chief of the IUCR journals from 2018, 2012, 2018. This played an extremely important role in highlighting the work which has been done in this field all over the world. He was also the editor of the current opinion in structural biology. He has been engaged with Sesame Synchrotron project in Jordan, launched under the umbrella of UNESCO, and you know that he has played a pivotal role in the establishment of this facility in Middle East. He is fellow of the Institute of Physics, UK, fellow of the World Academy of Sciences, the fellow of the Royal Society of Chemistry, and foreign fellow of the Pakistan Academy of Sciences. His main interest is in structure function studies of proteins and their complexes that are involved in biological electron transfer, hydrogen cycles, and neurodegenerative diseases. He has been involved in structure-based drug discovery towards neurodegenerative diseases and malaria. Professor Hasnain has been instrumental in approaching various structures, particularly of metalloprotein, to combine not only X-ray crystallography, solution X-ray scattering, now used widely in the structural biology community, but also X-ray absorption, fine structure, and optical spectroscopic techniques. More recently has included cryo-electron microscopy, another very important tool developed in this toolkit and has applied to a number of membrane protein effectively. The integration of spectroscopic method, the crystallography has proved powerful in providing validation. So it is in fact a new route towards the structure which he has played. Most importantly, his contributions towards development of science in Pakistan and in developing countries has been central, and we all always appreciate and cherish his role. Thank you very much, sir. Please.
नीचे कुछ नहीं, यहाँ चाहिए, किसी के ऊपर है। इसको बंद नहीं कर सकते विंडो को, नीचे कर देना। रिमूव कंट्रोल नहीं कर सकते। इसको नीचे कर देखो। मूव नहीं हो पा रहा है। So I guess we have to live with it, so we may we miss some part. So what I'm going to do is to try talking about expanded version of what I was saying this morning. And even though the policymakers may have gone, but some influencers and policy influencers are here. So I'm going to do that. But I will also touch upon some of the science, but I'm not going to talk about my science because we've already seen some of the science which has come out. But I will highlight some of the key moments which has transformed biology, for example, over the years. So here I'm talking about from the perspective of the UK experience. We celebrated the 50th anniversary in 2018. The occasion was important enough that we had to restrict the audience. It was attended by the then president of the Royal Society, which is now more than 450 years old. Also the Nobel Prize winner, Venki Ramakrishna, the head of the Research Council, who is present here, and many others, many of the synchrotron radiation leaders who benefited from us, including the director, select director, associate director Keith Hosson, one of the pioneers of synchrotron radiation, had come by himself over there to participate. I'm going to, so this is the person who started in 1967, put forward the idea that we should do synchrotron experiment on this high energy synchrotron. He wrote to the director at the time. He had returned back as a junior lecturer from a sabbatical in the UK. He wrote a letter to Sir Alec Madison. Sir Alec Madison responded within 3 days with a formal letter saying that if there is good science, I will support and you are welcome to try. He performed the first exploratory experiment in September 1967, pulling together all the equipment he could muster in his own laboratory. The experiment showed nothing. It failed. And the reason it failed is that because he had mounted the optical elements, thinking that it would be stronger than his strongest source in the laboratory, it was discovered when the whole thing was dismantled that all of the optical elements had burnt. Therefore, there was no signal coming out, and this was evidence that there was very strong synchrotron light coming from this parasitic source. Following which, he was encouraged to write a proposal to the science board. He wrote this, and this is the vision which one is talking about. So there was no established science and physics behind, established science behind it. He wrote on the basis of other people's experience and what he saw, that there was complete burnout of his optical element. He wrote a proposal to build one beamline with two instruments on it. And both, this is the beamline called in the NINA SRF, the northern beamline. The cost of this was £350,000. So when Science Board received the application, Science Board approved it, but with the recommendation that the money should be doubled and they should build two different beamlines. Therefore, one became northern beamline, one became southern beamline, and the southern beamline was left empty with instruments. So anybody could bring any instrument which could be explored. This facility lasted for only 3 years. But during that time, the southern beamline became predominantly the X-ray beamline. One of the first experiment which was done was powder diffraction. The second one which was done was muscle diffraction, which had the potential for winning a Nobel Prize, but then it was done a powder diffraction. And first energy dispersive diffraction was done. And at close to the end of third year, the high energy physics program moved to CERN, and the debate was what should be done. The community had grown from 3 people, 1 PhD student, to around 30 groups which had come together in those 3 years. And they had the courage to propose that we should build a dedicated synchrotron radiation source. We were parasitic users, getting at the most 2 days of beam time at an unpredictable time. And you had to make full use of it to get somewhere. But anything we touched was always new. Therefore, it formed a publication, it formed some innovation, and that drove the thing. This first dedicated source was approved and then built in the, as I said, in the Alice in Wonderland, and that's what we're celebrating. I'm going to highlight not many people here, just here, Sir Tom Blundell, who is one of the pioneer structural biologists in the UK. He celebrated his 80th birthday in December 2022. One of his PhD students, with whom we published one of the structures back in 1984, I will highlight the innovation aspect and the economic aspect. And his PhD student in this case is Haran Jyoti, and the story will be completed later on in my talk. Tom has gone on to do many, many things. His Excellency Professor Iqbal Chaudhry knows his contribution extremely well, and many of you would have benefited from a book which he wrote, Blundell and Johnson, and many other structures which he did. So we've seen how the synchrotron radiation intensity has increased, and we are now, many of the G7 countries are striving to go from here to the diffraction limited source. So as explained this morning, that £500 million has been given only this last September to the UK to upgrade Diamond to Diamond 2. ESRF upgrade has already taken place. So this is, I've already highlighted this aspect of Daresbury. The benefits which you have, which is seen here, is it cannot be matched. You're talking about 2 million hours of science, which is which is ranging from human diseases to animal diseases to global warming to new medicine and historical artifacts. It impacted all of them. 2 million hours of experimental time is huge. Something like 5,000 papers, 10 high impact papers per year, 1,200 protein structures solved. Each protein structure has a huge value. And in those days, prior to synchrotron, the data, one structure came out after months and years of effort. So here, these number of structures is phenomenal. Currently, one of the impact of building and having the courage to build the first dedicated source is that now more than 70 dedicated sources are spread around the world. The first southern hemisphere source to come online was Brazilian synchrotron, which was a smaller synchrotron, and that encouraged also the second one was the Australian synchrotron. Prior to Australia building that synchrotron, always the debate was, we are a small country, we have a very small user community, they can all go to Stanford, or they can maybe build a beamline at Diamond, or at Daresbury, at SRS, or they can have a beamline at APS in Chicago. But Monash and the state of Victoria took the decision, along with the 2 universities, that let's build it here. And the Australian government has come following that initiative. It took another 5 years before the Australian government properly joined the Australian light source. So again, it shows the initiative and the courage the state of Victoria making the second southern source to come. It is again amazing to see that one of the most advanced synchrotron source which has come online is in Brazil. The new source is called Sirius. It is diffraction. It has a new concept which is reaching the diffraction limited light source. That together with the Max 4 in Sweden has catalyzed the synchrotron community all around the world to move their sources to the best possible place. Hence, ESRF upgrade, Diamond upgrade. The Spring 8, which is the largest synchrotron in the world, is currently going through the financial approval, and hopefully it will come on the start of the financial year, 1st of April 2024, to be completed by 2030. So Spring 8, it would be called Spring 8 -2 rather than Spring 8 +2. And the reason is that they're going to do 8 stands for the energy of the synchrotron, 8 GeV. Spring 8 -2 would be 6 GeV. It would be the most brilliant source on the planet. The original cost of building the Spring 8 was $1 billion. Spring 8 2 would be much cheaper because all of the infrastructure and everything else is there, but it would be the most brilliant, and it would bring about a paradigm shift to science and innovation. Now, so here I've already said the local impact. This is just a impact on local economy. So the fact that it is in Jordan benefits in terms of local economy, not as much as it would do in the next few years or decades. But in the context of Daresbury, it had employed on average 230 staff directly associated with it, and we had regular visitors. So they went to restaurants, pubs, all the other hotels and everything else, providing immediate benefit of, according to ONS, which is an independent Office of National Statistics in the UK, holds government to account, that it provided a benefit of 1.84 just in the local economy from the investment. What happened beyond the immediate sphere is phenomenal, and I'll give you a couple of examples as we come through. So, for example, working with the UK business, 200 proprietary customers came out. 11 out of top 25 companies of the UK R&D, including ICI, British Petroleum, Unilever, Shell, GSK, AstraZeneca, and Pfizer, were regular users. Technology development took place, and then many of the spin-offs came out by bringing together instruments which were then supplied to many synchrotrons. So this is an Oxford Oxford instrument, which is a company marketed one of the instruments which has gone around the world, bringing them significant revenue. I already told you about foot and mouth disease virus. This was one of the largest and most complicated experiments which we performed in the early days. As you can imagine, foot and mouth disease virus is highly infectious. Bringing samples out at the time when we didn't have electronic detectors, we didn't have cryogenic facilities. These had to be mounted. Individual crystals only gave one diffraction image. So the transportation came under full security, under a situation where all the crystals were counted before they were taken out or ported down. They were contained in a container which was bomb-proof. The car was fully guarded, and then you were allowed to come for 24 hours. And at the end of 24-hour journey, all the crystals which were used, but they were still in the capillaries, had to be transported back under the same condition, and every single thing was counted. So it was a mammoth experiment, and no wonder it captured the BBC International News, BBC World News, BBC 9 o'clock News in the UK, making a huge difference. So this was done by David Stewart, who is now Sir David Stewart, who is the Life Science Director of Diamond Light Source. It influenced many of the drug discoveries. This is drug development which is taking place, which has been it cost to NHS for ICT beds is £2,000 per day versus £200 per day per ward. So you can see it's a phenomenal gains for every patient. One of the first thing which happened was, and this X-ray machine, which you all are traveling, was sent off from the technology which came out from our detectors, went on to Manchester Airport as the first pilot machine, and now it's been deployed in many, many airports. So this is an independent economic impact. It's available on this website. I've put it down here in case you want to read and see what the full impact is. So I'm going to just talk about protein crystallography and its impact. So this is one minor activity, but one of the key drivers, and this was the reason why when Diamond Light Source came online, out of 7 first phase beamlines, 3 of the beamlines were devoted to macromolecular crystallography. We had phase 1 macromolecular crystallography included in phase 1 of SESAME. It's not yet been realized, waiting for funds. So hopefully OIC countries together with others could do it. So I mentioned to you Sir Tom Blundell, and I mentioned to you a PhD student, Haran Jyoti. In 1999, Haran was working at GSK, and he said, I've been doing this drug discovery, but I think we can do things differently. And he, together with Tom Blundell and Chris Abel, he established a company called Aztecs. Aztecs. And this was established in a car park at the corner of a car park in Cambridge, with one desk, one phone, and through which the venture capitalists were attracted. And this is because this is old. It was established in 1999 when this exercise was done, which was 2007. Its value had reached to 51 million, and with collaborations which were close to $1 trillion. So let me tell you the story of Haran Jyoti himself. So this has now become Aztecs Pharmaceutical. It started from a small biotech, which had grown by 2007 to 51 million. And this is Haran in the corner. Tom is in the middle. And then Chris, unfortunately, has passed away. He had an accident, so he's no longer with us. But these were the 3 founders. And one of the lessons they say, venture capitalists have short attention spans, very similar to politicians, very similar to policymakers. There are some exceptions who can sit through and absorb what is being said. It is important that venture capitalists invest in people. And if people come from training, from cutting edge exposure to cutting edge facility. In this case, the people were Haran Jyoti, Chris Abel, and Tom Blundell. Tom Blundell was of very high reputation. Haran, having done the macromolecular crystallography
SRS Daresbury had published some very good papers and had gone to GSK to have direct experience of pharmaceutical company. Chris Abel was an organic chemist with NMR expertise, and they brought the three together, and then they moved forward. Venture capitalists provide venture funds, but they always drain your shares because your percentage gets reduced and reduced. And you can see as the time went through from July 1999, venture capitalists kept on coming, and the number of people they started employing grew. The burn rate, as you employ more and more people of the fund, is faster and faster. But if you want to get there quickly, that's what needs to be done. And you can see that a lot of these came on close, either on the market or very close to being on the market. And as a result, this is the roller coaster of Aztecs over the years from the inception over a period of 16 to 17 years. And you can see what is happening here. You're always getting more money, but the money comes because you're bringing new technology, new ideas, and getting close to where the products will be out. So much so that somebody really big buys you. So Otsuka, one of the top 20 pharma company, bought Aztecs, but decided that Aztecs, the name Aztecs had such a value that it should not be consolidated. The name should be kept. They decided to build another branch of Aztecs in California. So there are two Aztecs. Aztecs Pharmaceutical is headquarters in Cambridge, which is where Harron is the chief executive for the overall Aztecs operation. And this was sold for close to $1 billion. So not bad for a PhD student, right? So you can all do it. So Diamond has gone through a socio-economic impact report. It was published in 2021. It was conducted by Technologies Group, which is an independent consultancy group. And I just got few detailed highlights here to explain what is the impact and how you can persuade your politicians to do it. So this is some of the examples. So say Heptares has focused on GPCR. GPCR are the most important drug targets. 80% of the drugs target GPCRs. Diamond has helped with high-profile drug discovery, and this has been making this Heptares again a very attractive target for an acquisition by a Japanese pharmaceutical in 2015, who acquired it for $400 million. Not bad. Again, this was a PhD student and his supervisor who started it. So again, you can see the value. So basic science going into creating a platform which is unique and novel, and then that gives you a major boost here. Rolls-Royce is not a small company. It's probably richer than many of the OIC countries itself, and could build its own synchrotron. It didn't do that. It came up with arrangements that it can keep the proprietary research and do it. So this is a message. If somebody from Qatar was sitting here, I would be saying, well, I visited as part of UNESCO mission to Qatar to persuade them to join Sesame, and their first response, and this is at the highest level, they said, why don't you come and move to Qatar and build Sesame here? And it took me the rest of that time explaining why it was impossible. Rolls-Royce is a significant company, and it has looked at the stress of materials and optimized those so that the servicing period can be predicted, can be reduced and can be periodic, rather than having to stop an aeroplane, which is pretty costly. Because in the end, it's the airline, not the airlines which pay, it's the Rolls-Royce who would pay. Either it is by the Boeing or whether it is by Airbus and all the rest of it. Unilever uses tremendous amount, and it has used synchrotron to provide many products on supermarket shelves, which are global. So without going into the detail, Unilever is also partners with on the MOFs, for example, and other aspects of material science with Liverpool scientists. They collaborated with two. They decided that they will move 8 of their scientists from Unilever and co-locate them with Liverpool. And over the years, over a period of 10 years, they decided that the best thing to do is for them not to be in Unilever itself. And they, together with the University of Liverpool and the UK government, have established what they call materials innovation factories, for which the total cost has been 60 million to start with, 60 million pounds to start with, and then an injection of budgets coming through constantly, which is on average is 10 million pounds per year, just for that materials innovation factory. Many of those experiments are done at Diamond. So this is just one university, one company coming together. Again, this is something which is going to be commercialized and would result in significant non-toxic plastic, which is going to be extremely important for environment. So plastic cases, we know this is. So the detailed highlights, I just wanted to list it here so you can go back to the original report and look at it. So this is the operational cost and the total investment which is going on. So on average, it's around 100 million pounds per year, roughly speaking. And it's obviously grown with time. What we've done here, and it's been done, is to divide it per taxpayer. And these days, in today's price, £2.05 per year per taxpayer doesn't even buy cafe latte in Costa Coffee in the UK. The Costa Coffee, 1 cup is £3.6. So this is significantly cheaper. And this is per year. We don't have 1 cup of coffee in a year. It's very, very cheap. But we just have to convey the message that it's not 100 million pounds. It is £2.05 per person, per paying person per year. So it's a cheap facility which produces huge amount. And I think fortunately, despite the scientists not being in charge in the UK government, the UK government has realized that it has benefited from science, and it takes advice from Royal Society and many others, and has decided to keep on putting money in. And this is the reason why this 500 million was announced by the Secretary of State in September 2023, despite the fact that we were significantly economically damaged by a shortest living Prime Minister in the UK, Liz Truss, which caused huge economic problems. But despite that, £500 million has been committed and is coming in operation. Please, please, please push your government, policymakers, everybody else, yourself, your vice chancellors, your deans, that we should be contributing money into here. So this is just basically saying, putting forward where we want to be. So this is a science and technology framework which was published last year. This year, 2023. This is published this autumn by with a forward from the Secretary of State, Michelle Dollien, and it tells you why investment in science is important. So let me read it because it's important. In an increasing competitive world, so UK wants to remain competitive. We are only a very small island. We are only 67 million with all the immigrants which we have. So it's not a lot of people. But we find ourselves facing new challenges in keeping our nation secure. So security comes from how well you're doing economically. Not just by having the best missile. We can only have the best missile if you if you're doing economically okay. Our nation secure, our people prosperous, prosperity of people is important, and our planet healthy. So those are the three priorities: security, prosperity of people, and the security of the world. Britain has a long history of leadership and innovation, from steam engines to the World Wide Web, that has brought growth and prosperity to both our nation and the world. So it has been up to the scientists to inform over the years that a steam engine came from UK. It gave birth to the intercity railways in the UK between Manchester and Liverpool in the Industrial Revolution time. Hydrogen physicists had informed the UK government, and that World Wide Web came out from CERN, from the need of the data transfer required by CERN, but it has opened up the whole society globally, and all the social and economic benefits which have come out from World Wide Web. And so much so that the Secretary of State for Science, who is not a scientist, is writing this as the opening paragraph. Despite our relative size, as I said, UK is small. Britain outperforms our closest competitors, and we are our main challenges nations to the US and China in many areas. We have 4 of the world's top 10 universities and a technology sector worth over $1 trillion. If you put together just 8 of our university towns, they are home to more billion-dollar unicorn startups than the whole of France and Germany combined. So we are being competitive. We are saying this is what we've been able to punch our weight above our population because we have invested in science. And politicians are recognizing, and therefore, because a better future will be driven by Britain's boldest businesses, whether that means using artificial intelligence to predict when equipment or machinery is likely to fail, allowing for proactive maintenance, reducing downtime, or the use of quantum computers to discover new life-saving drugs. So if we can save downtime of big nuclear plants, for example, is a huge thing. So that electricity can flow. And again, that is education to politicians. And they're looking at what is coming next. So much so that Rishi Sunak was convinced that the AI, the best of AIs, need to come together in a global sense and then have a forum. So the world first summit, which took place for AI, was organized and chaired by Rishi Sunak, where he brought the best minds of AI from California to everywhere, right? It didn't take place in America. So UK vision to become, I'm taking it out from this latest report which the government has done, is to, UK is to become science and technology superpower by 2030. It doesn't come cheap. So you need to increase the proportion of money you invest in your science and technology. From 2%, we are currently 2.1% maybe, if I believe every word which the government says, but I would say 2% to 2.4%. It's a significant increase. So the motivation behind our science and technology superpower agenda is simple. Science and technology will be the major driver of prosperity, power, and history-making events in the city. So UK wants to remain a global power. It needs to invest. UK wants to have its citizens better and prosperous, then it needs to invest. And if it wants to do history-making events like World Wide Web or steam engine, then it needs to do something similar. United Kingdom's future success as a rich, strong, influential country whose citizens enjoy prosperity and security and fulfill healthy and sustainable lives will correspondingly depend on our ability to build on our existing strength in the science, technology, finance, and innovation. So finance and innovation is following science and technology, because science is the driver of innovation, science is the driver for technology, science is the driver for finance. Banking does not generate money. Money is generated elsewhere, where bankers use and exploit to generate more money. Early actions following this, early actions government has already taken it. September is when this report came out. We have dedicated £250 million to technology missions and organized this artificial summit, but already funding large number of projects, which is ongoing. They've strengthened the bilateral relationships in science and technology, UK-US comprehensive dialogue, technology and data, and launching UK-Japan digital partnership. In 2023, government provided over £11 billion of support across tax relief. So tax relief is another way which is done for increasing the industrial activity. Public R&D investment is going to rise to £20 billion in next financial year. So it's a promise for next financial year, but because it's public, they will be held accountable by the whole community. There is no way they can go very far off from this number. They may fudge it a bit, but it will be very, very close. It may be not 20 billion, it may be 19.9 billion, but not more. So I think this is something I showed this morning. You can see many of these, all of these, in fact, except India, have a third generation source. And as mentioned, Brazil has one of the brightest source. And if their economy was further ahead than it is, then they will have even much higher productivity and instruments. These collectively don't spend a lot of money on science. The best investors are Turkey and Israel. So Turkey spends around 3% of real GDP, whereas Pakistan spends 0.7% of real GDP. So it's a long way between 0.7 and 2.4. Egypt spends 1.4, which is good. So, but I hope it is the real number, how much we pay in salaries and other things as well, because those structures are quite different in different places. Number of papers which is coming up is again instructive. Per million population, US is far ahead of many other countries. UK, Fortunately, despite our lack of investment, we could spend more, but we always would ask for more, because if we were happy with status quo, we'd not be doing well. So here we publish significantly more per million population, 2,900 or so. Sorry, 2,001, yeah, 2,900 or so, which is significantly more. So I think let's leave this one. So role of science in economics and societal development. I think I mentioned this as you see, if you look at a satellite image at night of the world, you can see which part of the world have economic and social activities. From the darkness of the places, there's no illumination. There are lots of places where there's a lot of illumination. And the same applies to synchrotrons. So synchrotrons are abundant in Europe, 13 synchrotrons, and they will not go down, but they will probably increase, or they will all go through upgrade programs. 6 free electron lasers, one of the largest free electron laser is now European XFEL, which is in Hamburg at the DAISY campus. Because synchrotrons are large and expensive, centralized facility, they foster collaboration between scientists across national boundaries, across institutions, encourage interdisciplinary science, and then remove scientific boundaries between the scientific disciplines. When I started synchrotron, many of the disciplines didn't exist. The word material science was not known. Material science now is a common theme. Many of the departments are material science. There are many centers with material science. Today, there are 26 Nobel Prizes awarded in X-ray science, a far higher number than any other scientific activity. The first was in 1997. So it's only, if you look at it, it's only 26 years that we have received 8 more Nobel Prizes. So 9 Nobel Prizes in a period of 25 years is not bad at all. All of them, except one, is to structural biology. So if macromolecular crystallography didn't exist at Sesame, it would be irresponsible of the OIC countries as well as Sesame countries that facility does not exist. Solving many of the grand challenges required breakthroughs in materials processing and fundamental understanding of science. And the most advanced tools are available at Sesame, and they can only expand. So this is a chance to untie your hands from the back and do the science from the front. So let me just take a couple of... I know, 5 minutes, 4 minutes. So let me just take you a quick tour from here. So many of you are involved with post-genomic science. So if we didn't have this breakthrough, which came in 1962 from the structure of DNA, none of the genomic science would have been here. Huge industry of genomic science. If Max Perutz and John Kendrew didn't solve the structure of hemoglobin and myoglobin, the structural biology as we know it would not exist. So none of this would have been possible. So it would have taken a long time to do it. So these are some of the latest Nobel Prizes since 1997. I've listed them down, and they are game-changing. So CRISPR is here, Jennifer Doudna, who received the CRISPR Nobel Prize in 2020. So what are the grand challenges? So let's just go through very quickly. Grand challenges: drug resistance, age-related disease. We're all getting old. Some of us are getting older faster than others, but we're trying not to. This is an important, SR will play an important role. leveraging bright advances in brightness, automation, energy, again, big role. SR will play a huge role, as we saw from Andrea's talk, from tomography, frontier imaging and spectroscopic methods. Environment, grand challenges again, understanding and mitigating impact on soil, water, air, and climate. Again, SR will play major role by looking at the ecosystem through the spectroscopy of the highest sensitivity. Food security, again, is a major challenge. Again, you have protein science to environmental sciences there. So this is what the summary is. Science needs pound, government needs to invest. We need to provide government that there is a return. And that's a cycle which is only can come from science. No innovation and technology can come without science. So science drives technology, which drives innovation, which drives economy. It is clear that synchron light have broad global community of structural scientists from physics, chemistry, and biology background, creating many cross-disciplinary fields, removing the traditional boundaries and of discipline. And this is bringing scientific frontiers as well as overcoming geopolitical limits. And I think this I will leave, and I will just finish with this one. Scientific thought is the common heritage. Please participate.
Fascinating. So I suggest that we postpone the discussion session post lunch, and I just wish to guide you that if you go outside the comstech building, right on your side, there is a PC cell building and there is a player. But thank you very much, sir.
जनरल स्लाइड मिल जाएगी आपकी जनरल स्लाइड बाद में ले सकते हैं
हाँ
नहीं ये आखिरी वाले भी जो
Maksud. Salim Shah. So, good afternoon. Dr. Imran is on an important phone call, which is now, so we will give him 30 seconds. Because we require full attention of Dr. Imran. So, welcome back to this afternoon session. This afternoon session is full of not only local talents, but also people from Jordan and ESRF. The first speaker is Professor Muazzez Rahman. So the first speaker is Professor Muazzez Rahman, who is well known to many of you. He did his PhD from University of Leeds, and then he went off to Harvard as a Fulbright Fellow in 2012 for 1 year, working on membrane proteins. His passion both at Leeds and Harvard was membrane proteins. And since then, when he returned back to NIPG, his is established a fantastic facility for protein science. The success of his work at NIPG led to led to various offers which he has received over the years, including from Professor Iqbal at HEJ and ICCSP, many other things which he has done. But one of the other things which he has brought together is a structural biologist and crystallographers within the UK. So Professor Samar Yusuf is sitting at the back. He has visited many times, and with the three musketeers sitting in the front, Moaz and has been working together to promote sesame as well as structural biology for Pakistan. I was going to make one more suggestion, but because His Excellency Professor Iqbal Chaudhry is missing, I'm not going to do that until he comes back. So maybe I can do that once we have the discussion of Mars, in which these three, along with Mars and Professor Iqbal, I would propose that they take an overall responsibility for a potential action. So without further ado, I'm going to invite the recently appointed Director General of the Center of Excellence for Molecular Biology, which was established by Professor Riazuddin, is one of the most renowned Center for Molecular Biology, extremely well resourced for infrastructure, which is present there. That together with co-location of FC College and protein science development, which has taken place in FC College through Dr. Imran, together with the School of Biological Sciences, which obviously had a major impact through the introduction and some time spent by Professor Akhtar, Fellow of the Royal Society, for several years. So I think all of these are coming together, nucleating together, can go and extend beyond. And I would like to welcome Moaz to come forward, show where his vision is taking the structural biology in Pakistan.
So thank you very much, sir, for introducing and giving us the opportunity from the OIC and the SESAME platform to portray our research. And also, so we are grateful, sir, for you in particular, and the comstech and the SESAME, to put together the various resource persons and as well as the full planning behind this event, which after, I would say, many years has, joined, will give the opportunity for the scientists from the various subjects to sit together and discuss the role of sesame in Pakistan and as well as in the region. So because we belong to biology, so there are several, molecular biologists and the structural biologists, who are working on small molecules as well as the macromolecules and sitting here. And I have been given the opportunity to present first the history of structural biology, how the macromolecular structural biology initiated in Pakistan, even before the initiative of the sesame was taken. And I'm very honored, and my colleagues, young colleagues sitting here from the biology are very honored that Professor Samar Hassan is among the leading person from the UK, and being a national of Pakistan as well, was contributing to this field. You will see in my slides towards establishment of the biophysical methods to characterize the macromolecules of living organisms in Pakistan since I think from 80s.
So if we go to the next slide, so please correct me, the senior person, because I tried to gather this history. So basically, the structural biology origin, the characterization of the protein actually starts at the Hussein Ibrahim Jamal Institute, and now is called ICCBS. And the personality which were associated, among them one of the late professors, Zafar H. Zadi, and they were, organizing the protein structure and function conferences. And the Professor Samar Hasnan was the active part of these conferences at that time. Then the information I gather when the Professor Akhtar came from the UK, and he was the only FRS at that time from the Pakistani Fellow of Royal Society, and he established the School of Biological Sciences. And they published, you will see in the next slides, the several articles on the structure of the protein, elucidating the various mechanisms of the living organisms. And then when I completed the PhD and on the membrane proteins, we were used to go to the Dasbury, and I met during my PhD, during the PhD work, the Professor Samar Hassan in a conference in the, I think, in the Scotland. And that was a very, by chance interaction. I was someone, the ending from your group, maybe someone was presenting the work from the group, and there was several publications coming up in the Nature series journal. And the last author was again and again Hasnan and the Hasnan. So I become curious by the name. So from this person is, then I located among the audience and went to the web. And then I met the Professor Hasnan in 2005, I think, the first time. And then he advised many things at the same time and came back in 2007 from the UK. And one of the advice, which I always share with the other young colleagues, he advised me that never come for a 2-3 years postdoc. Every year visit the, the advanced laboratory for a period of, for example, 2-3 months. And with the help of him and from the other sources, we were successful to grab the funds, and I was used to visit abroad until 2016, every year for the 2-3 months. And that made very versatile connection. And meanwhile, the other colleagues sitting here, Dr. Maqsood, Imran, and Dr. Salim, he also joined us during that time period. And with the effort of the community, we set up at National Institute for Biotechnology, the protein expression, recombinant, and the crystallization facility. And basically that was the effort of the consortium as well. And in 2020, then I moved to the School of Biological Sciences, but we still had a strong connection with the NIPG. There are the collaborative grants. And likewise, now I'm also working most of the time in the day at the Center of Excellence Molecular Biology, but I hold a regular position at School of Biological Sciences. So through the effort of this consortium, actually we stay together and connected. And my personal laboratory is right now running at the 3 institutions, NIPG, School of Biological Sciences, and recently started at the Center of Excellence in Molecular Biology. So because as SESAME is an international platform for the collaboration, interaction, likewise, because we have the less resources in Pakistan, so we try to achieve our objectives with the help of the other institution. And the HEJ is also contributing a platform and also always giving the encouraging, push to get these things established, as you will see in the next slides, within the consortium. And then Maqsood, I think, after me came back to the first GCG Lahore and then moved to the Islamia University Bahawalpur. And you will see in next slides what he has done at the Islamia University of Bahawalpur and what kind of the facilities has been established for the small molecule as well as the macromolecular crystallography. Then Imran joined at former Christian College University at that time, and he bought a very nice ACTA machine and other, And that led to the further strengthening of the consortium. Then our another colleague, Professor Ahmed, he came back from Germany, and he worked with the Professor Christian Batzel over there. And then he led this research, the crystallization of the proteins from the plants at the Bahauddin Zakaria University. And now I would say there are 3-4 PhDs who have done their PhD in structural biology and establishing this research at the Bahauddin Zakaria University. And there are some colleagues at the ComSet, Dr. Anwarullah, who came from Brazil, and he worked on snake venoms and similar projects. And that led to the further, strengthen of this consortium. And then I come towards the personalities. So Professor Zadi, they were doing, of course, protein structure and the function science using the biophysical tools. And Professor Samar Hasnan, because being a physicist, then coming back into the biophysicist, that is a real versatile combination. So he always supporting them. Christian Batzel, I would say this person has also contributed a lot towards the establishment of structural biology in Pakistan, maybe more than, I think, 6-7 students he supervised. They got the degree and came back to the Pakistan from Germany. Then always, of course, Professor Atarman and Professor Iqbal Chaudhry always at the forefront for the establishment of the structural biology in Pakistan. Then our young colleague, who's an associate professor at the Copenhagen University, Usman Mirza, he has also contributed in various workshops which we have conducted in Pakistan, and also always very generous to host the Pakistani students. Then through Professor Samar Hasnan, so we come across and met with the Professor Richard Charles, who is an amazing personality. Who else, has met him? He always give very nice lecture in structural biology workshop, which have been conducted in the Pakistan, and always help anybody if right for any kind of the discussion or any kind of the help from him from Brazil. Basically, he's a Yukon national and then settled in the Brazil. So resources, so trained human resource. So SESAME, you will see in next slide, played a major role in the training of the human resource. And at the moment in country, we have 2 X-ray state-of-the-art, diffractometer, one in the IUB, Islamic University, Bahawalpur, and other in the HJ ICCBS. There are several laboratories now established in Pakistan, which have the capacity to produce the proteins by recombinant as well as the natural means. The crystallization manually can be done at most of the places in the laboratories where they have the facility for the production of the protein. So at NIPG, we do have the dogless crystallization robot, which can be used to set the crystallization conditions. For example, 1,000 conditions you can set up within half an hour by using this small, very economical machine. So that I have discussed already. The start in 80s protein structure function conferences, which were held at HJ, ICBS, and many senior colleagues were part of it, including Professor Samar Hasnan, Professor Zadi, Professor Atarman, and Dr. Iqbal Chaudhry. And then with the initiative of the SESAME, this actually opportunity, Professor Samar Hasnan, as most of you know, introduced the Pakistani people to be a part of it. And then there were several programs at the SESAME which were running. And we are lucky to have 2 scientific directors from Pakistan. And I would like to, see, these are the people who are my group. They did PhD with me, and they all were trained by SESAME at ELBA or Electra Synchrotron or traveled to the other part of the world. So this is the example just for the one lab. In addition to this, I have also obtained a fellowship for a period of 6 months through SESAME that on the recommendation of Professor Samar, we divided into the 3 parts, 2 months every year over a period of 3 years. And several other faculty members got the grants, and the Vice Chancellor, Professor Habib of Murray University, he is sitting here. He basically is a regular faculty at the ComSets. One of his students also got this, and from HEJ, ICCBS, I also know. And several I know from the Peshawar University, and in the physics, several people got the training under the SESAME program. So in addition to this, many Pakistani faculty members have attended the SESAME-sponsored user meetings in Jordan. And most of them are sitting here. They have gone to the SESAME site, have visited the SESAME site, and this is all through the SESAME developmental budget. The all travel and their stay were fully covered. So this activity, basically, I would say the role of SESAME in Pakistan, not only in physicists, because physics was quite strong in Pakistan, being Abdul Salam was Professor Abdul Salam was, initiator of it, and there was a strong physics department at the Quaid-e-Azam University, at the Punjab University, as well as the Government College University of Lahore. But towards structural biology science, I would say the contribution of the SESAME is enormous. So it allows us to, join together, get training of the students, and then also initiated the spark in us, which led to the, establishment of the structural biology workshops in Pakistan, which have been regularly conducted in 4 cities so far. So the idea of conducting structural biology workshop where the X-ray applications can be demonstrated was, actually work out in 2014 when Professor Samar Hassan also, visited Lahore to attend this conference, Emerging Trends in Life Sciences for Sustainable Development. So this conference was organized by Professor Kausar Abdullah Malik, now the Federal Minister of the Food and Security. So being a leading people behind the structural biology initiative, and the HEJ was also part of it. And I remember Professor Samar especially flew from Karachi to Lahore on the last day of this workshop, and the Professor Atarman and the Professor Iqbal Chaudhary participated in this conference online as well. And here the idea to organize the practical workshop in the field of structural biology was put up. And followed by this conference next year, with the help of the consortium, so we conducted the first structural biology X-ray crystallography in structural biology workshop at National Institute for Biotechnology and Genetic Engineering. And Professor Samar Hassan sent a faculty member or the postdoc fellow from his group to the NIPG, and this is the Professor Usman Mirza at that time, and this personality very well. And here is the structural biology, actually, the consortium. They were, together at that time and still together without any. And this is another thing, because this consortium is being run under our great leaders, and but same time I will give credential to these young guys. So 2014, no, 2024. So all are still together. So this is our, I would say, the local community is a big achievement. They are still working together and putting hand together to make this workshop success. So in then to 2016, another second workshop was conducted at former Christian College University, and where professors Samar Hassan himself and with Professor Gharib and the Professor Richard, they came as a resource person. So the local students, researchers, they were given hands-on training how to solve the protein structure, and they got the opportunity to interact with the world leading scientists in the field of the protein X-ray crystallography. So through these opportunities, the students and the researchers, they got the further exposure, and I know many of them, they got postdocs in the developed world, as well as the many students got the PhD studentships to do their PhD. And in addition to this, ongoing PhD scholars, they were able, as I have shown you from my group, 8 people to get the funding, from abroad to do their part of the PhD research abroad. And at the same time, they got the high level training. And the advantage to those students, I have seen my 50% of those students now doing postdocs abroad because they got the experience, and when they apply somewhere in the US or in the West countries, so they are preferred over the other. So this is the contribution of basically of the SESAME synchrotron, which provide the opportunity to the local community and led to their training, and they were able to find the position in the developed countries. And then the third workshop was held at the HEJ, International Center for Chemical and Biological Sciences. And here you again see Professor Summer is always the part of this community, and the Richard also came again, and all the young members you see they are there, including the Professor Summer. So I really appreciate the Professor Summer being, she worked although on small molecules, she supports us a lot on the micromolecular crystallography as well. So she is very generous in supporting the structure biology conferences. And then the fourth one, that was the most amazing, I will say, X-ray crystallography workshop, if sir, I'm not wrong. So that although when the idea to organize this workshop at Bahawalpur came, so we were a bit reluctant because the reason it is in South, not many people travel from the Islamabad, Lahore towards the Bahawalpur. And what type of the audience will be there, what type of the community. But when it was conducted over there, the Maqsood managed very well. And the Professor Summer brought a very renowned personality, Professor Elspeth from the Oxford University. And again, Richard is here, you see. In this picture, the both, and in this, because Richard arrived, I think, a day later at that time, and therefore you can't see in this picture. So that was a wonderful workshop, and the awareness about the structure biology, which was given in the main auditorium of the university, there were more than 1,000, I think, participants, or you can say the people from the science and the other disciplines were present. So this actually introduced at large the SESAME as well as the structure biology community in the Pakistan. And secondly, students were very happy to get lecture from a very renowned professor, Elspeth. She was teaching about how to pick the crystals, how you should not damage the crystal while picking. So that was a really memorable events during the workshop. And it was, I think, how many days long? Usually we do 2 days. So that was the 3 days. And the hospitality, of course, it was unmatchable, going to the historical places of the Bahawalpur, Nawab, Mahal, and other things. And that made, this overall conference, very, point of view refreshing, as well as from knowledge point of view, very, very productive. And after that, because the COVID-19 incident, pandemic happened. So for 2 years, passed in this pandemic, and now we are thinking to organize the 5th X-ray crystallography in structure biology workshop in Pakistan somewhere. If someone asks me, I will say I would like to go through Bahawalpur again. Okay, so so this activity, we were in touch with the Professor Samar Hasnan through emails, and particularly, when Pakistan, either Pakistan Atomic Energy Commission at the end also stopped the funding to SESAME, because HEC had already stopped, I think, before PAEC stopped the funding. So we were in touch. But through this activity, every activity which have been, being planned, that was reinforced. So luckily, Professor Samar Hasnan with his family was on private visit in Lahore this week. So I took advantage of his presence and we invited the 3 university vice chancellors as well as the renowned physicist and the chemist from the LUMS, GCU Lahore, as well as the University of Education and the University of the Punjab. And we had a get together on one night. And this is, I joined the University of the Punjab in 2020. So I have attended many meetings at the University of the Punjab, but this meeting was unique. I think this was, more than 2 hours long, and the whole discussion about was science and the synchrotron radiation. So none of the meeting in my last 3 years was like that at the University of the Punjab, because after some time people start discussing politics and the things like that. But this again highlighted the role of SESAME and the use of SESAME and the membership of the Pakistan being a part of SESAME from this region. And secondly, because Dr. Andrea, is visiting Lahore, University of the Punjab next week, and he will give a lecture on the SESAME use and its advantages at the Department of the Physics, University of Punjab. So this opportunity gives us together the various people from the physics, chemistry, biotechnology, biology, and the biochemistry, and to get them ready for the lecture by the Dr. Andrea at the University of the Punjab. And here, this is lecture we have planned. So I was saying, thank you for organizing this comstech conference, because it allows us in the previous slide to create the awareness about the SESAME in Lahore when Professor Samar was there, and we gathered the diverse community from the physics, chemistry, and the biology. And also, due to the comstech organization of this workshop, it also again allow us to have a lecture of the Dr. Andrea on the coming Tuesday at the University of the Punjab. And we have well circulated in Lahore, and hopefully many students, researchers, and the faculty members will attend. Again, it will highlight the SESAME achievements done so far, and the use of the SESAME by the user community from the universities, which is one of the bottleneck actually in Higher Education Commission of the Pakistan, because they think how many people will use the SESAME facility from the universities. Okay, so I have already told you that at most of the biological institution, no simple protein production facilities are available, and the purification system for the protein also available, because one of the major requirements to crystallize the protein for X-ray crystallography to get them their nice crystals. And at NIPG, we do have the robot for setting up the crystallization trial in a speedy manner. And there are the local facilities at the ICCBS and the Institute of Material Chemistry Laboratory at Institute of Chemistry, Islamia University, Bahawalpur, where one can screen and even can get the data collection if the crystals are good to solve the structure. At least the crystals can easily be screened using these facilities. And then after a conference, I think in 2015, which was held at the HEJ by the IUCR, and with the efforts of the Professor Atarman and Professor Iqbal Chaudhry and the Professor Samar Hasnan, this National Committee of Crystallography was set up, which is adhering committee to the IUCR. So this again gathered the people from the various places of the Pakistan and strengthened the structure biology research. And because sesame still, we don't have the X-ray crystallography beamline at the sesame. So one can ask how the structural biology research, was conducted in the Pakistan. So me and my several colleagues who developed the connection directly, and myself develops most of connections through sesame. So we were using the various synchrotron laboratories in the world, including Electra, Alba. Even I have a chance to use the advanced photon source, and through Professor Samar Hassan, I have been to the UK, the Diamond and the ESRF. And other colleagues, they have used, DESI in Germany. And because through this community, they have the connections. So their students were used to visit and still visiting abroad to use the synchrotron facilities in the developed world. Now I come to the few glimpses of the structure biology research in Pakistan. As I said at the initial stage of my talk, the ICCBH HJ is the leading center, where the structure biology was done, according to my knowledge, startup initiated first time and in Pakistan. So these are some latest publications which I will share that were contributed Professor Iqbal Chaudhary and a young guy, Dr. Malik Shoaib, who is assistant professor at Dr. Panjwani Center for Molecular Medicine and Drug Research, ICCBS, University of Karachi. So you see, this is I think 2022, if it is correct. So they solved the structure of the trypsin with its inhibitor from the Lima bean. So this is a very good study where they analyzed how the trypsin, this inhibitor interact with the trypsin, which is from the, I think, bovine pancreas. And another structure from the HEJ, it is the crystal structure of the lectin in complex with this porphyryl cytosine. And it's a good structure solved to the 2.585 resolution. And the other structure which are recently solved are the structure of the bovine pancreatic RNAs and the chymotrypsin. So there are other multiple publications from, again, the ICCBS, which shows the elucidation of the mechanism by the structural means of these proteins. Also, they have devised the methods to identify the protein crystals using the natural dye. And then I come to the former Christian College, University, Lahore, and where Dr. Imran is based. And Dr. Imran is very active and clever enough to establish the collaboration within the Pakistan with Dr. Salim, and abroad there is a guy, Dr. Makbul. And through his collaborations, and his achievement is that he produced all these crystals at the former Christian College, University, locally. Okay, for example, I did produce some of the crystals locally, but most of my crystals, they were produced when my PhD student visited abroad. So this is his achievement, and he gathered very applied, project. The phytase, it is widely used in the poultry feed industry, and I think tons of the phytase is imported in Pakistan. And then there is a sucking insect in cotton. Cotton is the cash crop in the Pakistan, and every year the insects, damage. I would say, if someone, in terms of the $1 billion damage to the cotton plants. So they are looking for the inhibitors for it, and also there is a glutathione protein on which they are working. They are well funded by the PAB and the HEC on these projects. So this is same, as I said, they produce the crystals here, and then they are solving the structure of from these crystals in collaboration with their foreign counterpart. And this is the phytase, again, for rational design, because phytase is an enzyme which is used in poultry at high temperature during the feed processing, like 70 or 80 degrees centigrade. So natural phytase, they are usually functional, I think, at 30, 40 degrees centigrade. In order to increase their thermostability, one need to have the structural information of the phytase protein. Then by using the rational designing at the mutation, so one can do it. I think time is over. I quickly go through these. And then nitric oxide, nitrogenase, Professor Samar also worked on it, and they use your structure to predict the inhibitors. And then, as I said, Professor Akhtar, then only FRS in Pakistan came to the Punjab University in 2000, I think, 2, and established the School of Biological Sciences. So they solved several structures of the protein at the Punjab University in collaboration with the foreign counterparts. And then I come to the Professor Akram. He trained by at the Germany and came back to the Pakistan. He worked on the different protein, and in collaboration with his professor in Germany, they solved several structure. And he works also on the plant protein. That I said at the initial stage of my talk, Bahauddin Zakariya University is right now is enriched with structural biologists. This is the second person working over there, Najibullah, and he worked on a combination of the methods from X-ray crystallography as well as the cryo-electron microscopy to solve the complex structure of the PLP producing protein. This is a wonderful work published, I think, in Nature Communications. And this is another faculty member at the Bahauddin Zakariya University. She also worked, I think, in Germany and trained and came back, and she solved the structure of several protein. And the team at the Bahauddin Zakariya University, they also work on the proteases from the SARS-CoV-2 as a part of their collaboration, and have the several UCPDB entries. And then I come to quickly to the Maqsood, because the time is short, and he established, but basically this is a landmark, the X-ray crystallography facility at the Institute of Chemistry, Islamia University, Bahawalpur. So why it is important? Because he is alone, he has done this a big job, and he also he works on high resolution structures as well as the small molecule crystallography, and he published this. And this is from the ComStats. He had a PhD, Dr. Anwarullah, from the Brazil. He works on the crystallization of the protein from the snake venom, and this is a drug discovery project where he used the phospholipase enzyme to search the inhibitor against it to fight against the spider bites. And I will quickly go through because the time is short. We work on different kinds of the project. You see, top one is the membrane proteins, and this bottom one are the viral proteins. So our important projects, we use the traditional, well-established molecular biology recombinant techniques to get the proteins in purified form. Then we use the solution-based method as well as the crystal-based method too. So these are actually the collaborator which will strengthen us to do such kind of the research. And the important project which I'm carrying on since last 12 years is multi-drug resistance. And you are very well aware of the various mechanism, how the bacteria, respond. And we work on this mechanism. When drug get into the bacteria, it is, extracted out of the bacteria. So for this, we chose Salmonella typhi that cause typhoid fever in this region. And there are multi-drug resistance, again, several antimicrobial in the market. So actually, we were looking for the inhibitors to block this pump so the antibiotics stay within the cell and the bacteria can be killed. So for this, we selected a number of the pumps, and then we make the mutant of the Salmonella typhi, in which we delete the most potent transporter. And then we analyze, and we found if this transporter is inhibited, then the efficacy of the antibiotic can be increased. And then we search a number of inhibitors. I quickly go through all these and classified, and we found that a number of the natural inhibitors, they can inhibit this transporter and increase the efficacy of the antibiotics. But in order to rationally design these inhibitors to take it further, we need to have the structure of the protein. For this, we purified the protein, and then we characterized by the solution binding studies. And we did electron microscopy, were not successful to get the structure. Then we get the crystal, and then we were able to crystallize this membrane protein, but we stuck at the 4.5 angstrom resolution. So there are so many protein engineering way to improve, and we went through making the mutants, locking the conformations, and two PhD students have completed their thesis. One is ongoing, and still by making so many efforts, we are still not able to get the structure of this protein. So we have made maybe more than 30 mutants to get the stable conformation of this protein. And a lot of work has been done, but still we are on way to get the, these are the diffraction patterns. So every time we want to improve the diffraction, rather the diffraction is get lowered compared to the wild type crystals. And quickly, the last I touch upon because Pakistan is a country where the large number of the vaccine, almost every vaccine is being imported. So I started 10 years before to work on this project in collaboration with several veterinary scientists in the country. And these two diseases we took forward, and we take again advantage of the structure biology, and we look for a stable domain of the pentone protein from the already available structure of the human homologs. So we tried to crystallize it. We were not successful, but at the same time, we were successful to increase the production of this protein from 1 milligram to 700 milligram per liter culture volume through the protein engineering and the other background techniques of the structure biology. And now, because this is a structure biology project, and then my colleague Salim joined with the, because this protein we could not crystallize, so we shifted towards the electron microscopy, and now we have some particles to solve the structure from those. So this project is going on right now. So as a part of this basic science, as Professor Samar Hassan was saying, so when at Dasbury or Diamond, when solved the structure of the foot and mouth disease virus, it alive the whole the livestock industry of the UK. And they were able to, for example, produce and export the meat. And through this project of the structure biology, we were able to produce some of these so much stable proteins and in elevated amount that could be used as a vaccine. And so far, we have done in industry the trials, as well as the practically chickens are vaccinated up to 2 million in numbers. So this protein is stable over a period of 1 year, that we have recovered the stable fold through structural biology techniques. And this protein we have seen in lyophilized form is stable up to 3 years. And the 2 million doses have already been given in the industry, and there now is a confidence, and we are taking towards the other approvals, regulatory approvals for this vaccine platform. So these are other projects which based on structure biology, but they have the idea of virus-like particles. So again, the work has been done a lot on it, but this is kind of the expensive vaccine. And then on the basis of structure biology, we are designing viral vector-based vaccine, just like chimpanzee virus-based vaccine was developed in the UK for the SARS-CoV-2. So there are different molecular structure biology method, and we have worked a lot, and we have also developed the diagnostic tips. And we are well funded, alhamdulillah, so far by the HEC through the LCF, Center of Excellence, and the CPEC grants, which we use actually for the applied projects, as well as for the basic science to study the structure. So at the end, there are so many contributors who contributed to this project, and most importantly, in addition to the local contributor, the international collaborators, which actually help us to study the structure or the characteristic of these proteins that led to their applied ventures. So there, the funding agencies are listed here, including the SESAME, the several people in shape. Photos, and at the end I come to the SESAME. So I would say through SESAME, all these projects were explored directly and indirectly, because we were working on the proteins and there is a structural, elucidation support to pursue our project through the SESAME in the terms of the fellowship funding, in the terms of the interactions. So that allow us, the local community, to join hands to take these initiatives of the structural biology. Thank you very much.
There was a question.
Yes, you can ask.
Somebody raised the hand online.
Okay. So can we take a question? Who is it? No one there? Okay.
So maybe we should take questions here, if there are any. Right?
Yes, sir.
I have a little comment on this, using the nanoparticles of gold and zinc oxide, we have tried experiments on antibacterial properties in water from Islam buildings. And we found that there's very effective way of antibacterial treatment of these in bacterial diseases. But maybe, I don't know whether it has.
Yeah, this can be used as adjuvant, along with these vaccines.
They have been done.
So some people use as their adjuvant. Not in Pakistan.
I'm talking of, we have got the facilities in the world, for example, Dr. Shah is making good nanoparticles of gold of different sizes. And probably you can try this. This is one of the areas where we are also interested in the in antibiotics resistance. Using that, but we are not done it. It's only one concept. So that's one biological. It's not my field, but this is one area.
Okay. Any other? Professor Iqbal?
Now, was, she says me is there, yes. Top officials, then the boss, Professor Sada stands there. We got this opportunities of 25 mobility funds. How you intend to utilize that every year?
25 of it, process me,
Yeah,
or somewhere else.
no.
For this-
Just tell us how would you propagate and make sure that these travel grants are used effectively. If you don't use them, next year you would have less money.
Because
You being your senior most person.
So being for the structure biology, actually the beamline which is currently running is the IR. But of course, this funding is basically for the home, including the and the commercial as well. So for this, I would say there will be a proper from the comstech platform organization in the universities. These parts will be available because there are many proposals every year are being submitted to the SESAME facility. So one of the bottleneck is that the travel grants, to use the facility over there. So we together, I think, put as much as the awareness to the community so they can apply.
I would like to, the travel grant is already there, but I would like to suggest that why don't you have a pre-screening mechanism, mentorship? People submit this application to someone.
Okay.
3 or 4 of you, and then you sit together and then improve, so they become more confident.
Okay.
And the rate of success is already very high.
Yeah.
And literally, if someone can help them, they can have all of their applications approved.
Okay, thank you.
So this is-
Yeah, this is the best way. So we can make National Committee of Crystallography is there. They can, give us the assignments. We can further, make section, physics, chemistry, and the biology. Would you like to?
In connection to comment of Dr. Iqbal, I volunteer myself to collect the projects. And then whatever the committee will be constituted, I will coordinate with them for the primary screening and for communication to formulate that committee with the particular person.
It's specific screening is more of helping them.
Helping to make them.
To improve that.
So I think we can probably take some of this in tomorrow's panel discussion. But one of the things which Professor Mars organized was the ability to bring the three vice chancellors together with a community of material science and biology and chemistry. And I think that's what we need to promote when Ender Langi goes to Lahore, then he addresses those specifically to those people. And I think at that point, maybe we can have this in the panel discussion, we can formally announce the comstech travel fellowship for supporting successful proposal to experiment. There are other additional technical difficulties which I've been made aware of, and I'm going to state that in public, and that is that some of the institutions which were supposed to play a central role in Sesame and promotion of Sesame, because a few years ago they decided that Sesame was not really going to be that useful because it was taking time. Having made that statement, they're reluctant to even release their scientists to go and use the meantime, despite the fact that they have successful proposal and they have traveled ground. So I'm stating that in public. If you know any institution, an institution director or director generals or presidents or chairman, please convey that that is not acceptable. And I'll be saying that all the time at every forum I possibly can. So without further ado, I would like to thank Professor Mahmoud Rahman. And I'll like to invite Professor Faris Afane, who is from Jordan Atomic Energy Commission and the Physics Department of Hashemite University in Jordan. So he did his initial degree from in physics from the University of Jordan in the 1990s. And then he went to Frankfurt, where he did his PhD. And since then, he's been a regular visitor to both Germany and the USA. The last visit was on the Fulbright Fellowship in 2019. So he's an example of, again, Sesame users having been exposed overseas. So we're going to hear from him about his science.
Okay, there is something wrong, but okay. Okay, thanks, Professor Hassanin, and thanks for the organizers that offered me the chance to be here actually today to meet you. I'm going just to talk about to give some facts about the Sesame user community in Jordan. I will be far away from the details of about the scientific details. It's just some remarks, some insights about what we did in Jordan and what we plan actually. That's something wrong here. My name should be there actually. But anyway, that's Sesame. Sesame actually is a center of excellence for Center for Research actually, and we host it in Jordan, and we are happy to have it in Jordan. And it was a big advancement for our scientific community to host such really excellent facility. It's in Alan, Asal in Jordan, just in the west of Jordan, near that's a big city there. Is Salt. It's near Salt. It's really about 1 hour from Queen Alia International Airport, the main airport in Amman. It's by the car, you need just 1 hour and you will be there. And that's really a nice also area, nice people. They are welcoming the visitors actually. They are happy. They are to have international visitors to do their research, and they will also enjoy the greens around the SESAME in that area. So we are happy also to have you over there, to see you in the center. And even in the area. Okay, SESAME starts as a idea actually in 1997, I guess, and but we get the support from our king directly. He attended actually the groundbreaking ceremony at January 6 or in January 6, 2003. Then after 14 years of continuous work, hard work, to put the idea really in operation. So a lot of efforts were done by our government, by the king himself actually shows his support always to let SESAME works. And we solve a lot of problems actually, especially the financial problems, and we get the support from our government directly to cover sometimes in the hard times the running costs of the center itself. And that's really fantastic. And we appreciate that for our king actually. That's the timeline. Actually, I got that from Andia. And just I show you that 2 beams in 2000 till the 2020, and after the Corona, 3 beams were in operation, and we have 3 ceremonies. One then in material science in 2021, HESER, which is soft X-ray beam line, 2022. And finally, we have the PHV, which is the tomography beam line and drilling in 2023. And we were so happy to have these 5 machines, our 5 beam lines now in operation. And I guess they are here at work that we are open now to receive the proposals for the second half of 2024. In Jordan, from the beginning, when the decision is taken to the Jordan will host the SESAME, actually, in order to promote the awareness and Jordan involvement in the exciting new scientific possibilities, actually, which the SESAME offer, we directly in 2005 formed 3 communities by Higher Education Council in that, which is belonging to the Ministry of Education, Higher Education. These are 3 committees. It's Jordan National Committee for SESAME, Jordan SESAME Users Committee, and Jordan SESAME Users Network. And these 3 committees actually they played a major role and still playing a major role actually to support the users, Jordanian users, to be informed, to use the beamline of SESAME in their research, to open a new fields actually, to give them a new chances to carry out, to conduct high-tech or very advanced research. And that's our main goal actually. To give you just view about Jordan, we are not a big country, a small country. We try to be in the excellent position, and to compete with our neighbors. We have 10 public universities actually, and 22 private universities. The academic staff actually is about 15K. And we have about 320 students. 57 from the students are female and about 43 male. So really, we still in the beginning because the interest was far away from the synchrotron radiation. So we have the plans to attract them to the fields of the synchrotron radiation or the synchrotron radiation based research actually. So to do that, as I told you, I mean, we have these three committees. The first committee is the Jordan National Committee. The members of this committee are the presidents of the universities and the directors of the Jordanian Research Centers. We invite them to this committee in order to put the policy, national policies, programs to give the success to the work of Synchrotron Center and to with the department. And that's really a main goal. We succeeded partially. Now, I will give you some numbers in order to show this success. The other goal was to supporting the scientific research to the synchron light applications and different training programs. And you know that we have an agreement with IAEA in order to send our researchers to be trained at the International Synchrotron Radiation Center. I got one of this fellow and I was trained in the basic, actually for 6 months. Actually, I got a lot of new knowledge, skills, and so on. And after that, really, that took me to another way in research to use synchrotron radiation beamline, both X-ray and ultraviolet UV also to test. Because I'm coming from the ion or from the accelerator-based atomic and molecular physics. So I will really change the direction. I use the lasers, I use the synchrotron radiation in order to study the molecular dynamics, for example, to image it and so on. So it was a big shift, and that's really make me happy. Okay, the second committee, the members, we form this committee from a representative from each Jordanian university. And actually, this committee is very or plays an essential role because it's the link between the users community and the government. So through this community, we can assure the resources of funds to support our users, to support them to travel abroad, to cooperate with the international research groups, to establish research partnerships, and we succeeded in that as well. I will show you. And actually, the word of this is here promoting the research with synchrotron radiation. In this, we did it for seminars, that's national seminars, workshops, training courses, and conferences. The people who are or the researchers who got the IAEA fellowships, trained abroad, come back to the Jordan, to their universities, and they make a knowledge transfer through holding seminars, workshops, training courses, and so on. The other goal is encouraging the Jordanian researchers to benefit from the grants and scholarship and training courses. Actually, it was not easy task to convince the people to leave their families, to go abroad for a certain period, time period, to do a new type of research, to learn such research. It's really not easy. Because you know, as academic staff, I'm a professor at the university, Hashemite University. I have a lot of duties. Actually, we have lecturing, we have to supervise students, we have to participate in the university committee to develop the and review the study plans. It's not easy task to leave all these duties, family duties, and go abroad to change the research field and try to start a new type of research actually. But we succeeded, and actually a number of our researchers went abroad and did a very good and excellent research in different fields. And I will show you examples. The last one is the network. Actually, it's directed by Dr. Lai, and he worked on establishing this network in order to give the researchers or to establish a platform for the researchers in order to exchange the ideas. And it was not easy task also. We beginning with 20 to 30 researchers. Then we moved actually now about 275 researchers. So really a big advancement did it by Dr. Lai. To show you the numbers, that's some of our activities. We started in 2006 after the formation of the committees, and that's the first one. We got a huge support by Dr. Khalid Toukan. He was in that time a Ministry of Higher Education, and at the same time he was a director of SESAME, and actually that was a big support, and still actually, but in that time I remember when we met him in order to go to the first step, we were just 10 like this, yeah, and all of us actually went abroad to be trained in the different international centers. In 2022, the community is expanded, grown a little, and now about, as I said, 275 members, and that's a big advancement. And really, we are now proud to what we have achieved, because we are the hosting country and we have to benefit from this facility, really. And that's because I can imagine that from Pakistan to come to SESAME, you need 6 hours or 7 hours and 1 hour by the car. So it's a long journey. But for me and for my colleagues from Jordan, it's about just 1 hour. And really, it's a huge benefit for us to have it and to have such facility. That's in 2014. We have a very successful workshop with London University with Max Lab, and actually we sent about 10 master students who did their master programs at B04 beam lines, soft X-ray beam lines at Max Lab, and really they gained a lot of scientific skills. In addition to they have learned a lot about different cultures, new cultures. And I assure you that the students, when they came back, actually they have different abilities. It was a great chance for them to get such collaboration, or to get such chances and opportunities. That's the last one, actually. That's the one of the last meeting of the Jordan National Committee for SESAME. And one of the, and that's okay, the presidents of all universities actually attended that meeting. And one of the main outcomes was to fulfill actually our dream to establish a Jordanian research in the station research. Actually, it's really a dream for us to build Jordanian one. Now we have the Turkish beam line and Turkish station, and really we are hopefully dreaming to have such end station for Jordanians, to open the door for the higher education students in PhD and master students to do their research in using high-tech facilities such as this facility. That's the number, actually. In 2010, we started with 30 participants in our group, in our network, attending the workshops. And now in 2023, we have about 125 regular attendees for our workshops. And the last one in 2022. Okay, we have at the beginning 3 universities, they were collaborators with SESAME, sending their researchers, or the researchers from 3 universities did their research on SESAME out at SESAME using the beamlines, especially IR or material science beamline. Now we have about 12 universities and research centers who really want to start even hiring silent researchers, which for their backgrounds are synchrotron radiation, based on the synchrotron radiation, or using the synchrotron radiation in the research. So that's a huge change in the tendency. Also, we have in the beginning between 20 to 40 researchers. Now we have, as I got the number from Dr. Light, about 275 researchers from these researchers are actually registered at SESAME user portal. So it's really a advancement. We changed the mind. We convince the people to use this facility. And we succeeded, hopefully, or partially, yeah. Research fields, actually, at the beginning, we have 3 research fields where the researcher used the synchrotron radiation or the SESAME. It was material science, physics, and cultural heritage. Now we saw a lot of, or seeing a lot of other researchers coming from different disciplines, at least more than 8 disciplines: chemistry, pharmaceuticals, physics, archaeology, biology, environmental science. That's what I talked about. Actually, at the beginning, we have 4 researcher partnerships. That's in 2022. It was between the Royal Scientific Society with ALS Berkeley and a lot, I guess, a number of good publications, which in that factor, I guess, greater than 7, as I will show you. It was at Jordan University with Diamond, that's in the pharmaceutical field, to explain. Hashimite University with Max Lab, and Al-Balqa University with Casey. Now we have more than 9 research partnerships. So the indicators show that we are succeeding, but still we're hoping to do more and more to go further in this direction. Actually, examples on the success for the success of our work, that 18 publications. Actually, SESAME has about 86 publications coming from the using of SESAME. 18 publications are from Jordanian researchers. Okay, it may be a partnership with other countries actually, but the Jordanians are big. And if you compare the main members in SESAME, Jordan is about 10 million. We compare to Turkey or to Egypt or the other countries, we are happy with these results actually. But we looking forward to increase. Yeah, this is one of the parts. Actually, the other scientific impact factor about is greater than 5 for the 86 and for the 18 publications. That's one of the publications result from the collaboration between the researcher from our RSS or Royal Scientific Society with one of the collaborators from ALS Berkeley actually synchrone facility. And it studies the crystallographic analysis of porous frameworks of strong and regional binding of CO2. The other one is also really a success story. That's the School of Pharmacy or the Faculty of Pharmacy at the University of Jordan. They did a series of research projects using IR. One of them actually is to study the preeclampsia disease, and they're trying to study the molecular structures of the placenta and the plasma, and they conclude that such researchers have such facility, such studies will help to avoid the disease in early stages. I mean, to prevent that through studying the molecular structures of the placenta and the plasma. And that's really one of the nice studies did by Jordanian researchers. The other researchers, I'm happy. That's one I participated in the experiment, but that's outside actually SESAME. That's the benefits of the IAEA training. I did that in basic. Actually, we succeeded to improve what's called intracolumbic decay, the fragmentation of the big molecule, complex molecule, through one photon, and that was impossible. This actually intracolumbic decay is a phenomenon discovered or limited or discovered by the researchers at Max Planck for nuclear physics at Heidelberg in 1995, theoretically, for calculation, but it's proven in the experiment for the first time. It was really success to be published in Nature Physics. And the other one is studying the molecular dynamics of NH3 induced by co-electron excitation. That's an experiment carried out at beamline P04 at Max Lab in London, and really one of the also success stories. It's published in physical chemistry physics, and that's in 2015. So what I mean on that, one of the master students participated in this experiment, and he gained a lot of skills, really, and he was very, very motivated. So the goal also for our long-term goals is trying to open the door for the new generations to have a good chance to actually join programs or for research partnerships, and that's really what we did, and we succeeded actually. Future perspectives. Okay, I'm going there. We now trying to working with the research groups at the universities on building research partnership between them, at which at the end leading to form a national specialized teams. And we have to learn from the Pakistani structural approach. And I go for more. Actually, yeah, that's what we decided. We decided to find 1 or 2 or 3 research lines using the beamlines at SESAME, and to build national research teams, and that's unifying the efforts actually, and maybe we will put or lay the grounds for a brilliant future for the new research, not just individualistic effort. Yeah, individual efforts. I mean, in different fields, you cannot reach a big goal, for example. That's really what one of the goals we are working to reach. We want to actually get developing the interactive database. We missed that. We have a good researcher, and Actually, I joined as the head of the national committee just since the beginning of this year. Yeah, and I found really when I met the researchers at the other universities, we have excellent researchers, really. Yeah, but we don't have, there's a lack of communication. So we decided to start establishing or developing interactive database or type of platform where the researchers can exchange the ideas and try to find the research lines, one or two main research lines for them. Okay. Okay, continuing holding and organizing the workshops and the conferences and working on the securing additional research funding, and that's really a main point. And we put a pressure now as a committee on our Ministry of Higher Education in order, I discussed that with Dr. Atif, to establish a joint program between SESAME and our research centers and our universities. And that's for this joint program, we assure that we will have a new good researchers, a new generation of researchers actually, so that because you teach them since the beginning. Even we can start with the project for the bachelor degree to be trained at SESAME or other synchrone facilities, just to start to make the awareness high about such facility. It's not easy task. Also, even we have a collaboration with schools to start such direction. Last, actually working on establishing platforms, I mentioned, encouraging universities to establish joint higher studies with SESAME, as I mentioned, and that's our dream actually, that we working on it, and hopefully we can succeed. You know, we all suffering from the financial support and the lack of support actually, but hopefully we can get support from our government for the different establishments to build this institution. That's our colleagues, our collaborators from different universities, ALS, yeah, Max Lab, and so on. Thank you.
I think we're running a bit late, but we should take at least one or two questions if there are any. So if there are
convinced.
So, no, His Excellency.
Thank you so much, for this presentation. I have a question. What is the estimated cost of building the SESAME? Because nobody knows. And what was the total investment of the SESAME?
So
you have the administrative character and the scientific character. I have put you
so far is about 120 million US dollars. So this is the total cost for the machine and the current line and the building. It's a significant investment.
So,
but look, all this money, the building came from the Jordan government, and the members of SESAME, they contribute only with 20 million in the capital budget. The rest of the capital budget came from donations from
So I think it's very hard to give precise numbers. So the number has been given is the actual financial cost, which is 120 million. If SESAME was somewhere else, all of the inputs which was provided for free from all the observer countries, all the advisory committees, all of the technical committees, all of those, if it was elsewhere, the cost would be That
It will
cost,
be double.
that cost would be about 300 to 400 million dollars. So it's a huge investment. As I said, excuse me, as far as I gave you an example of Diamond, that when Diamond was established in 2007, the budget was 500 million. In 2007 currency, not today's, Upgrade, which has just been announced last September, is 500 million pounds. So that's around $700 million. Spring 8 was established in 1997. The build cost was $1 billion at that time. The Spring 8-2 proposal, which is going through the financial process, hopefully it will be approved on the 1st of April 2024, is estimated to be around $300 million. That's Upgrade. They've just built one in Fukushima region in order to respond to the Fukushima disaster. And the model is different. It's half industry, half industrial growth, half government, and that's been generated. And the cost of that is around $500 million. So that's the average is where we are. So these are expensive resources.
And just to mention one point, and they didn't want to talk about Sydney because the guys there actually, yeah. But I want to just highlight one point that the start of Sydney is around 71. And actually the actual they did need more than double, 150 to 160. That's due to the financial actually. Yeah. So really, it's sorry, it's actually. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you.
I took
If you allow me, if there's a time, a quick question. Thank you very much for the talk. Two things. One is the non-technical thing. The last thing that you mentioned, in order to popularize this science among the school children, is amazing.
Yeah.
Which we should also follow that model in Pakistan.
Yeah.
And that can be linked with a lot of work which has been basically discussed by the previous speaker, how that can be linked with the applied sciences industry.
That's
a very simple example.
To build a partnership with the industry.
That's where we integration can happen between two opposite Pakistan and perhaps. The second thing was a technical thing you mentioned about the threat of fluorescence, resonance, energy transfer. One of the slides.
Yeah, the last
where you mentioned about how that paper was published and reached.
And you mean this intra-Colombian decay?
Absolutely not. Related to the 1995 some publication where it was.
Yeah, it was physical review. I would send you.
So I just wanted to see the wavelength. How was this linked with the thread in terms of
actually that's
citation emission, the two colors?
Yeah, what you know that the molecular binding is about 1.4 angstrom or something like that. That's a big distance. When you send one photon, and this one electron there in one side of the molecule absorb that, then you have a photoionization. But what we measured actually you will have photofragmentation. So that's impossible. When you go through the known quantum rules or yeah.
Because I wanted to, because
therefore this experiment told that there's a virtual photon transferred from this side to the other side and he's clearing the other photon and pushing to be ionized photon. And that's similar to the quantum computer, by the way, and this photon entanglement. This is the idea, yeah. So
I wanted to ask.
That's one of the interpretation that the electron, I mean, they are really separated, but they are linked in they are energetic link or energy link actually. So what happens here will affect the other. That's what's called intracolumbic decay, where the virtual photon transfer from this electron to the other, and both the electrons.
I think your question is slightly different.
I wanted to ask that one of the molecules is lying on my table and I wanted to resolve that based on that principle. That's why I wanted to, because that's a commercial molecule which flourishes and can be, if that is resolved, that can be one thing which perhaps I can do later on. So I just wanted to.
We can respect that. Okay, we can respect that actually.
Okay.
But back to the, I'm sorry for that. We succeeded in Jordan. We have IBS European project, a project funded by European collaboration with DC, and we printed a leaflet in Arabic language written in Hamburg, actually, to be distributed in Jordan, in the schools of Jordan. And really, we did that through Jack, and we succeeded. And the first positive, the first feedback we get actually amazing. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks. Yeah. Thank you. And hopefully, I'm sorry for the long explanation.
Yeah. Can you do his talk?
English learning. Presentation. I sent it. Yes. I don't know what.
Yeah.
Nice. No, I gave a.
Gave it to you, yeah?
Not to have one, so
It's here.
I did send it to.
So, can I just,
Yes.
can I just
Yes.
bring the,
And do it by.
so, it's a great pleasure to welcome our next speaker, who is Dr. Andrew Fitch. He did his PhD from Oxford in organic chemistry, after which he went and spent 5 years at ILL, one of the unique neutron facility in Grenoble, following which he came back to University of Kiel on the encouragement of the Vice Chancellor, Brian Fender, who was the Director General of ILM and very largely responsible for where ESRS is located. After spending time at Kiel, he decided to go back to ESRF and became beamline scientist for one of the premier facilities for high resolution power and diffraction. He remains still at the bench, so to speak, despite being quite senior, approaching a senior age. Unfortunately, we don't have retirement age. So Andy has been a strong supporter of Sesame, a frequent visitor to Pakistan, including NCPs, several times to Natia Gali workshop. And it gives me very great pleasure, despite the reluctance of ESRF in sending him here, because they think Pakistan is not a safe country, that he's here. So it's a pleasure to have Andy Fitch. We're going to hear the best of what is possible at not only at ASRF, but also at Sesame, where some unique facilities for power diffraction is present.
Okay, well, can you hear me? Okay. Yes. Okay. So thank you, Samal, for the introduction. It's a very great pleasure for me to be here.
a great honor as well. I'm very keen on the performance of Sesame and building the user community, and this is an excellent opportunity for Pakistan community to learn more about what is possible using synchrotron facilities, because synchrotrons are very important when it comes to powder diffraction and science in general. So I'm from the ESRF in Grenoble, in France, in the French Alps. So there you can see, I'm sure you've seen pictures of the ESRF many times before. The confluence of the Isère and the Drac rivers. It's a very large science center, but gets down to business, synchrotron radiation and powder diffraction. There are enormous advantages for doing powder diffraction studies using synchrotron radiation. The high intensity, the collimation, and the wavelength tunability means you can build powder diffractometers which far exceed what you can do with a standard laboratory source. You can build machines with very high angular resolution, so they have narrow peak widths, or you can build machines which have rapid data collection, giving you excellent quality data. The radiation is highly monochromatic, so you get very clear peak shapes. You don't have to worry about alpha 1, alpha 2 doublets as you may have to in the lab. The wavelength is tunable, so you can tune to absorption edges to exploit anomalous scattering, or you can steer well away from absorption edges to avoid fluorescence, which you can optimize it for your experiment. And you can also work at relatively hard energies to increase your data range or Q range, to carry out pair distribution function analysis, or to penetrate through absorbing samples or sample environments. They're very, very flexible machines. So this is your beamline, the Sesame material science beamline. Andrea showed it earlier. Large powder diffractometer with this dexterous Pilatus detector, detecting the X-rays scattered from the sample here, and a sample changing robot, which will very soon be put into service. This is a very nice, a very powerful, a very effective machine, and it's yours to use. This is some of the characteristics. This shows the resolution function. It gives you a really very, very nice resolution function, very appropriate for a wide range of powder diffraction studies. And this is just a powder diffraction pattern of a silicon standard showing the excellent quality data that it can produce. It's a very nice machine. And what sorts of experiments would you carry out at the synchrotron in powder diffraction? Well, everything that you could possibly put on a lab machine and more. You can carry out structural studies to study crystal structures, or to look at short-range order via atomic pair distribution function. Often, powder diffraction is looking at materials evolving in situ. So you're evolving, you heat them up with time, with atmosphere, absorbing gases, desorbing gases. You can do electrochemistry in the beam. You can study phase changes, solid state chemistry, all sorts of different types of phenomena you can study with powder diffraction at the synchrotron. I've already said anomalous scattering. You can tune to absorption edges to get better sensitivity to particular elements in a sample, distinguish neighboring elements in the periodic table, or you can work with high throughput, exploiting the intensity to study many samples, maybe with varied compositions, maybe synthesized according to some combinatorial protocol, whatever. You can do quantitative analysis. You can look at very complex mixtures with lots of different phases, or maybe be able to pick out very small phases in very small quantities, trace phases. And because of the nice peak shape, you can use the peak shapes of your sample to gain information about its microstructure, its particle size, its microstrain, its chemical inhomogeneity, whatever. All these may be very important for the actual performance of a material in the real world. And you can also map out residual strain, look at the position of a peak as maybe you scan through a weld and look at residual strain. In fact, you can do anything that you can fit on the instrument. They're very flexible. And beamline scientists like myself, we usually like a challenge. Come with something really difficult to study and make it work for you. So there's a couple of really nice results that Mahmoud, who's the instrument scientist in SESAME, sent me. Very nice studies which have been done recently, producing really nice publications. One is analyzing, this is a plant that lives in the desert, and it stays alive because it can harvest water from the air. And it does that by secreting a complex mixture of salts, hygroscopic and deliquescent salts, onto its leaves, which harvest the water from the air and then drips to the ground. And that's how it stays alive. And this mixture from the leaves was run on the sesame beamline, and it's a very complex mixture. And nature is clever and complex, and they were able to analyze a list of at least 12 different salts that this plant has developed, has evolved to be able to live in these harsh environments. And you can, from the powder diffraction pattern of that mixture, you can tell what the plant is doing. A similar sort of study involving looking at human gallstones, analyzing the complex mixture of phases that makes up the gallstones. You take a gallstone and you chop it up and you measure the powder diffraction pattern, and then look at what that is constituted of. And again, depending on different gallstones, they have different chemical and mineralogical and phase makeups. And there's an aim to try and link that to maybe lifestyle choices and treatment choices. So that's very important information for your study suffering from gallstones. So those are just a couple of results exploiting the power of synchrotron powder diffraction done at SESAME. So the rest of my talk, I'm going to talk about things that I'm more involved with. This is my own powder diffractometer, the European synchrotron. You can see it looks quite a lot like the SESAME one. It's a large diffractometer. It has a 2D detector at end. There is one crucial, important difference though, and it's that we've chosen to put between the sample, shows there, and the detector there, some analyzer crystals, some silicon 111 analyzer crystals. And the radiation scattered from the sample has to bounce off that crystal to make it to the detector. This is the choice. It improves the angular resolution of the experiment. When you're designing an instrument, you have to make certain decisions. Got resolution, do we want efficiency? Do we want speed? And we had a user community that wanted the highest possible angular resolution. So that's what we gave them. It means that we're rather inefficient in detecting our X-rays. The analyzer crystals are very, very fussy about which X-rays they will transmit, but it does mean we get rather narrow peak shapes. Typical sample is a little capillary containing your sample, which we spin on the axis of the diffractometer. And if you can be bothered to measure for long enough, you can measure some quite outstanding powder diffraction patterns. This is a bit of a cheat. This is lanthanum hexaboride standard, which is the line shape standard. But you can see that you can get these rather spectacular powder diffraction patterns, and that's sort of analogous to the one I showed earlier, to the SESAME. So how do you use this machine? Well, here's an example which was done recently. We had the pleasure of having Graciela Diaz de Delgado. She was vice president of the International Union of Crystal Lithography. Come stay with us for a few months on her sabbatical year. And she brought a whole host of interesting samples with her to study using synchrotron radiation. One in particular was this regaligine methylate, which is a drug well established to treat Parkinson's disease. And surprisingly, there was no actual crystal structure of this stuff in the literature. And it's important to know the crystal structures of your pharmaceuticals for intellectual property reasons, and just different polymorphs, different crystalline forms can have different dissolution and other properties. So this is the standard treatment, and this was the best lab data that they had measured on their powder diffractometer in the lab, which is in Venezuela. And here are some of the other patterns which appear in patents and the literature over the years. You see, it's not bad. I'll show you the synchrotron one in a moment. But from these data, nobody had been able to ascertain the crystal structure of this material. So they brought it, put it on the synchrotron instrument, measured the powder diffraction pattern. Let's get another look at the chemical structure. It's a relatively simple molecule. Look at it. So it's made of uses in treating Parkinson's. And we did manage to solve the crystal structure. We indexed the powder pattern from a standard program. We deduced the crystal symmetry from looking at what peaks were present and which were absent. And we solved it by using simulated annealing approach, where you put the molecule in the unit cell, you allow it to twist and turn and move about, following a simulated annealing algorithm in the hope that you will drop down to the global minimum of the fit. So you put the molecule in and you move it around and you twist it and you turn it and you change the torsion angles. And eventually you end up with the best fit, and that's your crystal structure. So that's the synchrotron data that we were fitting. If you compare it to the lab data, I think you can see there's a spectacular improvement coming to the synchrotron. We were able to solve it, we were able to refine it. This is the observed and calculated powder diffraction patterns. Job done. And then if you're a chemical crystallographer, you can start to, oh, sorry, I should make another point. Powder diffraction is not the best technique for necessarily solving the crystal structure. If you've got a single crystal, you use that. Powder diffraction has a lot of correlations and peak overlaps, and it's generally good practice to refine your crystal structure from a powder with some DFT energy minimization. And this just shows the comparison between the experimental and, if you like, the theoretical crystal structure once you know it, and you can see there's very good agreement. But then once you're a chemical crystallographer, you can start looking at the packing of the molecules, the hydrogen bonds, all the different interactions, and understand what holds this sample together. So that was a very standard sort of thing that is relatively easy to do. Now I'm coordinator of the the materials and physical sciences program proposal subcommittee for SESAME. So I read a lot of proposals from SESAME users. And something that's always impressed me is how much proposals to use SESAME are addressing real world problems in energy, or in environment, or in medical issues. So I'm unfortunately going to talk about something which addresses none of those. It's a long-standing problem of a rather simple molecule, which is carbon tetrachloride, which is a liquid, it's a solvent, banned now, certainly in Europe, to be able to use it because of its global ozone-killing properties. But you take the liquid and you cool it down, it forms firstly an orientationally disordered cubic phase. Cool it down a bit more, forms well, nobody really knows, but possibly rhombohedral, different orientationally disordered phase, where the molecules are tumbling around in the crystal. And then, oops, sorry. And then at the lowest temperature phases, it forms a monoclinic orbit phase, which was solved from single crystal X-ray diffraction. On warming, it goes back to this phase, and then it's actually this phase that melts when you it doesn't go back through this phase. And nobody was really very certain about the nature of this, and it would be nice to know. So we measured the high resolution powder diffraction pattern on my instrument at 228 Kelvin. It's only stable over a very limited 10-degree range. And by measuring the position of all the peaks we measured, we were able to index it as a rhombohedral unit cell 20 by 25, which actually tells you that in the unit cell there are 63 molecules. It's quite a huge structure from the small molecule perspective. And I think this would be why nobody had ever really been quite certain what was there. So we solved the crystal structure using the same approach as I just showed you. We put the molecules in the unit cell. We allow them to sort of fly around. What it means is that actually there are 5 crystallographically distinct molecules in this cell. It's not just one, there are 5 well-known distinct chemical sites. And they were quite disordered in terms of their orientation, sitting there on distinct sites, but they were tumbling around. But we managed to work this all out. We had to model these sites with up to 6 molecules with different orientations, and we had to model the thermal motion with some TNS matrices. And well, there we are. We show you the final fit. We now know what this structure is. There are 63 molecules in the unit cell. They're tumbling around. You can see this is the thermal factors and the superposition of different orientations. And you can see the quality of the fit we were able to get. You see these large bumps as well. This is thermal diffuse scattering. This is due to the fact the molecules are tumbling around in short range order without all sorts of issues. But that was something that it took us a long while to solve actually, and it would not have been possible without the high quality data from a synchrotron. So another study we've done, everybody wants to get the CO2 either not in the atmosphere by absorbing it at source, or ultimately, I suppose, we would like to extract CO2 from the atmosphere and try and stabilize and reduce the effects of climate change. We've been interested in looking at this, and we've been looking at porous materials such as zeolites to see how they react and how well they can absorb carbon dioxide. So we took some zeolite in a capillary. We connected it up to the gas line, the system for absorbing the absorbing gases. And we measured the powder diffraction patterns. This is the sort of thing you get. We measured the function of pressure from no CO2 up to 21 bars of CO2. And then we try and locate the molecules within the pores. And we did this both by looking at the crystallographic data and also trying to do some simulated data using molecular dynamics programs and see how well the two match up. So this is what the powder diffraction pattern in blue looks like without any CO2 and with CO2 in. You get a lot of changes in peak intensities, and this is of course the result of the CO2 being present within the pores of the structure. So we in fact locate in this zeolite ZSM5, which have 2 channel systems running perpendicular. One's called straight channels, the other are sinusoidal because they oscillate. And we could find 4 positions in straight channels, 2 in the straight channels, 2 in the sinusoidal channel. And the idea was to now understand why they're absorbed where they are. If you look at the global absorption of CO2 as a function of pressure, you see it follows sort of fairly standard sort of curve as you increase the pressure. So the amount goes in. This is a type 1 isotherm. And in fact, you can look at type 1 isotherms and there are lots of models for how they behave. You can have the Langmuir isotherm, which means that imagines that the molecules are completely independent and don't interact anyway, and various others, and you get to the top model at the bottom, which allows the molecules, the theoretical, how would the absorption follow the pressure if the molecules were interacting with each other, and there are various modifications on that as well. So the one that fits our data best is the top model, which means the molecules are interacting with each other and affecting the absorption of the next molecule within the framework. And so what you can do from crystallography, however, is we've got 4 different sites. We can look at how each of those sites fills as a function of pressure, because they may not all behave exactly the same. And so what we did was refinements of each site as a function of pressure, and you can do that either by analyzing each pattern individually. That gives you something that looks like that, lots of parameters to refine, and you can refine the occupancy of each site as a function of pressure. And you can then say that the most favored site for CO2 is this one, this red one, and the least favored is the one on the bottom. But we know that molecular absorption follows an isotherm. So rather than refining the occupation of the molecules individually, let's constrain them to follow an isotherm and fit all the data simultaneously. So instead of refining the occupation of the molecules, we refine the parameters which define the isotherm. And then we're going to learn more about the physical chemistry of what's going on, the underlying mechanism. So it's called a parametric refinement, and you will not refine the object directly, you will refine the thing that is controlling the object. And well, we did that, and we looked at the various parameters that came out, and we tried different ones of these isotherms, the Langmuir, one of the intermediate ones, and the top ones. And the top one has a parameter which gives you an idea of how much molecules are interacting with each other. And the most favorite site is the one in one of the ones in the straight channel, and that gave us a parameter of 0.98, which suggests that it's essentially absorbing CO2 and there's not much interaction with any other molecule, and that fits in from its position. The next most favored sites, sorry, with 2 in the sinusoidal channels, and the parameter you get there suggests that there's a fair amount of interaction with other molecules, but in fact you can see that they do interact with each other. And the least favored one was one of the ones in the straight channel, and that shows an awful lot of interaction. In fact, they interact with each other in the straight channel. And so from that, as well as knowing what the occupation is, where the molecules go, you actually get a much clearer indication of the energetics and what is actually driving the physical chemistry of this process. How am I doing for time?
You're okay.
I'm okay. I'll give you another example then. So that's crystallography. Lots of materials don't form nice, straightforward single crystals or even nice, good quality powders. Real materials which people use are often horribly disordered. They can be glasses, which give you very full pattern diffraction patterns. They could be quasi crystals. They could be very tiny nanoparticles or nanocrystals. They could be disordered and heavily defective, or they could just be aperiodic. And there's a method called pair distribution function analysis, which can be used to obtain short range order in these sorts of materials. And it's something that's growing in importance, and more people are trying to do this because they're studying new materials. And well, the basis of it is that you measure the powder diffraction pattern, which is intensity against 2 theta, and you convert this into a thing called the reduced structure function. It's S of Q minus 1 versus Q. Q is 4 pi sine over lambda. And then you Fourier transform that, and you get the pair distribution function, which is an oscillatory wiggly line like that. And the position tells you the distance between pairs of atoms, and the intensity tells you something about the electron density of those atoms. So you can look at a map of interactions within your material, be it crystalline or polycrystalline. The essential things is that you need to measure to very high Q. A Q of 25 That's to a very small d-spacing. That means you have to work with a very short wavelength. Short wavelengths are available at synchrotron radiation sources. It's good to have nice little background. And there are two real ways of doing this. One is you can take one of these 2D detectors, something like a medical imaging detector, this is what they use to do your chest X-ray in the hospital, or a more expensive Dextris type large pixel detector. And with a very short wavelength, 0.2 angstroms, you can measure the whole powder diffraction pattern and obtain data to this sort of cube. Or you can do what we do on the beamline quite a lot, is you can do high resolution, use the high resolution mode, or with your Sesame, the scanning arm, and you just scan it to as high an angle as possible. And then you get data that's good enough. It may not quite get to 25, but it gets high enough to be able to do pair distribution function analysis. And once you've got your pair distribution, this wiggly line, so it's distance and your pair distribution function, you can actually, it's very easy if you've got a model to calculate a pair distribution function. You just take all the pairs of atoms all over the place and you weight them by their electron density, if you like, atomic number, and you can calculate a pattern. So here's an example with one of these quasi-crystal type materials. We built a model which had shells of atoms, and you can calculate the pair distribution function. And then you know what the short range arrangement is. It fits, and you can refine it, distances and orientations and angles. So am I running out of time? Couple of minutes. Couple of minutes. So let me just show you an example where we exploited this. So if you take a simple molecule like catechol, which is a sort of diphenyl, and you mix it with a soluble source of silicate like tetramethyl orthosilicate, you actually end up with an octahedral complex like that. And we know it's octahedral because it's silicon NMR spectrum gives you a single peak. You know it's got high symmetry. Okay, this is just a modern chemistry. Well, you can, of course, chemists are always inventive, and you can start taking more complicated molecules and exploiting the same chemistry to start making comprehensive networks. Again, you can silicon NMR and you get a single peak. So you have a good idea what sort of material this is. There's a large porous structure, and there's obviously a lot of interest in porous structures for catalytic and gas absorption. If you measure the powder diffraction pattern, this is done on the synchrotron, this is what you get. I mean, that's nothing wrong with the compound, that's how it is. And you would like to know what is the crystal structure or something about it. You don't measure very much, but we've got some ideas of the chemistry, got some hexagonal units perhaps, this is what you would predict. And so you can actually try and guess and deduce possible arrangements. And in fact, we did manage to do this. You can come up with a hexagonal arrangement, and then you can fit a unit cell and a pattern to it. If you take an arrangement of this sort, you can only imagine two ways of stacking these together. You can stack them together all on top of each other in an eclipse form, or you could imagine shifting layers so you have a staggered form. Okay, and you can work out the crystallography of this. And then if you look at the experimental pair distribution function, and you look at the one you would calculate from this arrangement and this arrangement, you can see which one fits the best. It's obviously that. So you can, from some horrible data, from a very difficult compound, actually work out something about its crystallography. So all that is possible. I should stop now. I've tried to just give you a quick view of some of the advantages of using synchrotron radiation for your powder diffraction studies. I hope I will encourage you to submit proposals to Sesame, and I'm looking forward to reading them. So thank you for your attention.
So I think we've still got time for questions.
Yes, I have one question.
Yeah.
I'm a chemical crystallographer, yes, and I was interested in doing the high resolution single crystal multipolar refinement and charge density analysis. But there are some very interesting molecules which I have, they don't give very good crystals, yes. And people like Boy Person in Denmark, they are doing excellent stuff with powder diffraction and doing charge density analysis. So will it be possible at Sesame?
So yes, I mean, what you do is for those sorts of studies, you measure the best powder diffraction data you can. So compared to your lab machine, you go to Sesame, you can measure the best powder diffraction you can. One of the great advantages is that you can go to higher Q, and then you can see how far it will take you. Yes, I mean, there's no reason not to try. Yeah, I mean, there are other machines, you know, with different emphasis in their characteristics, might also be well suited to that. But in these sorts of studies, you measure the best data you can. Yes. And that will always be, I think, the synchrotron, and there are. But Sesame has a very good facility.
What I have seen in your presentation is that you could tune the wavelength up to very short wavelength.
Yes.
And that will make it possible, I think.
This certainly extends your data range. Yes. And this is one of the key points. Yes.
I think, yeah.
One or two questions, very short ones. You were talking of the geometrical resolution, very high resolution in one of your slides.
Yes.
Would it affect your intensity because these are two opposite things? So you have got enough intensity of radiation, you can afford high resolution geometrically.
Yeah, I mean, you're usually balancing intensity against resolution. The more intensity you start with, the more you can play this game.
This is within the reach.
Yes.
The second is you measure the thermal diffuse scattering in one of the peaks under the Bragg peak.
Yes.
What sort of percentage was it, and
okay, well, it's about 5%.
About
5%. You can look at the pattern and you can see, you know, by eye distinct wobbles as it goes along. So you know, it's not dramatically like some compounds are, but it's definitely visible and noticeable.
For higher angles, I think the percentage goes to maybe 20%. And that will add error to the elastic constants if you want to determine through this.
Certainly, that's a whole new game. Yes, exactly.
I have a general question about the phase distribution function analysis. You need a two-dimensional detector and a high Q range. Is it possible at Sesame for the time being, or it's in the future it's planned? Well, PDF is not trivial single powder diffraction.
Yeah.
You need a special detectors, geometry, and 2D.
And I would be
We move the detector along the angle. I expect that going to higher energies, at least 23 should be reachable at its Q.
PDF people always say they need a Q of 30 or 25 or something. Very often 20, 21 is perfectly adequate. And indeed, at Sesame, you can scan the detector to generate the new light.
Get the 160.
Yeah, you can get that far.
Before hitting the demand.
Or hitting the deep pipes.
Okay, so I think material science and powder diffraction community is very, very strong in the UK. Sorry, in Pakistan. Despite that strong presence within the country, the presence at Sesame remains limited, though healthy. It could further increase. During this short visit, I've discovered 2 more new powder diffractometers which have been installed in Lahore. They are being commissioned, so they're not producing science yet. They've just acquired it through the University Grants Commission, both at the Education University and elsewhere. So there are 2 new instruments in Lahore. I'm sure there are many instruments in SpinStech, which was started initially by Dr. Bhatt. And then, of course, it's been a pleasure knowing Dr. Professor Javed Akhtar for a number of years, who has been a strong supporter of Sesame, organizer of Nathia Gali Summer School, also inspiring many young scientists from BizTech and other places within Islamabad to come forward to Sesame. So it gives me great pleasure to welcome Dr. Javed Akhtar. And I hope somehow, some way the system finds that he doesn't become fully retired. He should be fully engaged in science. He's very, very young. He's too young to retire. So one of the tasks which I'm going to give before I give him the floor is that, given that he has played such an important role in powder diffraction community for Sesame from Pakistan, that he should coordinate all of the efforts in all of the universities which are existing and coming through in Pakistan, so that they are encouraged and form a forum similar to the crystallographic community, so they can go in a strength to Sesame.
Thank you.
I've given you a task.
I will try my best to accomplish. Yes, Sesame tips. नहीं ऊपर वाली कर रहे हैं जो नहीं उसमें खोल रहे हैं हाँ ये खोले
वीडियो तो नहीं है इसमें, वीडियो ऑडियो तो नहीं है,
कुछ नहीं है बहुत सिंपल। अच्छा ये पॉइंटर आपका ये
इसमें मैं सिर्फ स्लाइड चला रहा हूँ, अब चेक करो ये सिर्फ ये लाइट दिस वन इज फॉर ये मैं
बस ये दे दीजिए उसको Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thanks so much for introduction and giving me a task. I will try my best to accomplish it. The title of my talk is Sesame Beamlines and Tips for Successful Proposals. Most of the talk about beamlines, these have been delivered by Andrea, and Andy Fish has given a detail on X-ray diffraction. So I will briefly go through these beamlines and what the capabilities these have, and then I will give you some tips how to write a good proposal. Because when you are going to a synchrotron source or Sesame, the first I should say that the passport is a proposal, that you have to submit a proposal. So if your passport is not okay or you don't get a visa, then you can't go into that country. So your proposal should be a very strong one. These are the following five beamlines which are operational at Sesame. Andrea has explained earlier and given the full details. The first two beamlines, infrared and exhaust, these are operational since 2018. The material science beamline are powder X-ray diffraction. This has been hosting users since 2020. The beads and HASIP beamlines, these have been recently opened for users. The proposals have been accepted, and the first user will be coming to first users will come in the first half of this year. So the proposals have been reviewed, and the users will come onto these beamlines. Just briefly, that you should know that which beamlines you are going to submit a proposal. So these are the beamlines and what you can do on each beamline. Like at IR beamlines, it's identification and imaging IR active vibrational modes of the molecular components. So it can cover a wide range of materials including life sciences, pharmaceuticals, diagnostic, environmental sciences, material science, archaeology, cultural heritage. The second beamline exhaust, it's X-ray absorption fine structure spectroscopy. It is a powerful technique for the local structural determination at atomic and molecular level. So you can determine the valence state, electronic state, and the local structure at atomic level, and it's a element-specific technique. You can specifically target to element, and you can determine its local environment. EXAF has two parts. One is the Zane's X-ray absorption near edge, and the other one is the extended X-ray absorption edge. Then the material science and product diffraction, I will skip it, and if it has completely explained all the product diffractions. If you are going to imaging technique, then you have to use the beach beamline. Or if you are going to use the surface analysis, or you are working with low atomic elements, then you have to use the acid beamlines. So you have to keep in your mind that what beamlines you are going to use before you start your proposal. The first step you have to do, you have to register yourself at the SESAME SESAME User Portal. Every year there are two deadlines to submit the proposals. One is in the February and March time period, and the second one is the September. The next deadline is 28 February 2024. So if you want to submit a proposal for the second half of the 2024, if you submit no proposal, you will get beam time from July to December period. This is a image of the SESAME User Portal. So the first step you have to, if you are not already registered, you have to go on this. So you can't. There is the website address given, but it's not on the screen. So you can go there and register yourself. The first step will be there. If you are already registered, you can go and log into your home page. So it's normal. You on any website, if you have a home page, you can go there. When you log in, you are logged in with your name, and this page comes in front of you. Now there are various options which you can opt. There is a submit a new proposal. So if you are submitting a proposal, new proposal, you can submit it. You can edit a proposal which is partially completed already. You can see the status of your already submitted proposals there as well. So during the filling these proposals, the first step is the title of the proposal. It's like a title of a paper. So you define a title for your proposal. Then you propose some objectives. So these are equivalent to the abstract of scientific paper. This should be very clear or in essence of the proposal, because the reviewer should understand exactly what the proposal is. So you can give a short summary, I can say, or just a small few words about your proposal, that what you are going to do in this proposal. Then you fill on these ones, and remember, if you are getting a travel grant, you want to get a travel grant, you should check these comments. The next important step is the beam lines required. So you have to select here correctly which beam lines you are going to submit your proposals. And other one is the shift required. You have to be clear in your mind that how many shifts you require. Because if you have no idea, then you will either can ask for too much shifts or too very small shifts. So this has negative impact on your proposal. So you should know clearly what you want to do and how much beam time you require. Completing that one, you will get a 2-page template of the proposal. You can download that one, and then you will see that it will give you a proposal number. The first 4 digits are representing the years, and then it gives you some proposal number. Then title of the proposal, which we have given earlier, the proposer who is submitting the proposal, beamline name, and how many shifts you are required, and then your objectives. So this message comes, don't change anything about this line. Because you have downloaded this one, you will fill the other part of the form, but you don't have to change anything in this area because it automatically takes from whatever you have entered earlier here. So these are the 5 subtitles which you have to fill in these 2 pages form. The first one is the background, then motivation of the present proposal, experimental plan, and explain why this work calls for access to SESAME. And then there is this message, include picture if needed. This is in the form. If you want to give some picture, you can add that one, and then you can give the references. So I will give a brief detail that how to write these things. The background. It's give you the essence of the interest of your research, that you have to show that what is your interest in this proposal. It's like the introduction of a paper, that what you are going to do, you have to give a brief, but you don't have much space. It should be a very specific what you want to say. Indicate fundamental and social significance of your work. Refer to any previous elements or preliminary characterization. So it's a positive step that you have done anything. You can explain that you have done already this one, and now you want to use the synchrotron for this purpose. Relevant figures as I mentioned, you can give those as well. Now avoid vague or too broad aims. So you should be very specific. Don't put anything that is not very concise or it's a very vague. Write in a simple and clear way that the viewers at least can understand easily what you want to do. Motivation for the present proposal. Be specific what you want to do, to specify the sample you intend to measure. Sometimes people don't mention exactly what the composition is, how many samples are they are doing. So you should be specific that what you want to do. Explain why you are interested to conduct this experiment. Say what kind of information you will get from this measurement. If you want to measure your sample at some special conditions, temperature, pressure, electrical field, mention all these things. Also give some prediction, we can say that what type of results you are expecting to get from your experiments. What will be the impact of this experiment on your research and overall importance of your study? Because you should be specific that why you want to go or you want to conduct this experiment. Just saying that this has not been done earlier, so I want to do it. It's not worth. You should be very specific with your proposal. Experimental plan. You have to give the experimental plan. Now you have to keep in mind that this experimental plan is related to the SESAME. That you have to give your experimental plan only what you want to do at the SESAME. Sometimes people start from synthesis, that how we will synthesize the sample. They give all the conditions of synthesis and other measurements in this experimental plan. So you don't need to explain what you have done already. Only you can mention your results, summary in previous subheading. But here you have to mention only what you want to do at the SESAME. Also clearly mention that how many samples you have. Sometimes proposers, they give the range that we will measure from this composition to this composition, giving different range, but they don't exactly mention how many samples are there. So you should be specific that how many samples are there. If you have some temperature measurement, you should also indicate there. Show viewers that you are ready and prepared. Sometimes it's not like a proposal that you want to do a project in for future. You have to show viewers that you have done something and now you need synchrotron to further characterize your materials. So be specific that whatever you have done, you should mention it. You have done already this one, and now you want to use synchrotron to further investigate whatever your problems are. Now, it should be easy for the beamline centers to make the feasibility measurements. So you should know that whatever measurements you are asking are can be done at Sesame, because if you like a temperature, if you are asking a temperature range which is not available there, so this practical proposal will not be feasible. So beamline scientists will say it's not feasible to conduct here. So it should be feasible, and the condition should be that you can easily do it there. Also, ask for a reasonable number of shifts. That one shift is about 8 hours. It's good that you should discuss your project with the beamline scientists, then you can get a lot of help from there. So it's useful to consult with your beamline scientist. Explain why this work call for access to Sesame. Now, why you want to do this work at Sesame? So you have to be specific that Sesame essential to conduct this experiment there. Might be if you are doing like simple X-ray diffraction, you can do it on a lab. You don't need a synchrotron source to go at a Sesame and then do the X-ray. So you should be specific that why you want to, like high energy resolution equipment is available there. If you have requested beam time on different beam lines for same project, you can mention here indicating the proposal numbers of the other beam lines. So if you have submitted different proposals for the same material, like if you are submitting to a XR beam line and XRD, you can mention here, but you have to be justified that why you are submitting two proposals on different beam lines. You can mention here your experience. However, the lab experience is not handicapped. The synchrotron community is depend on new users. So if you don't have any experience, it's okay. You can go there. The beamline scientist can help you. So now the references. So you in the final part. This is the final part of the 2-page summary. The references. You should illustrate the importance of topic by citing 1 or 2 milestone papers in your field. Cite recent and exciting development in and around specific topic of portfolio. Indicate level of your research by citing your own recent relevant publication with or without Sesame. If you have not done work at Sesame, it's okay. But if you have done some work at Sesame already, it's better you should give the reference to that work as well. Don't expect that reviewers will have enough time to go and read all the references. Therefore, get all information in the proposal. So these are the 5 subtopics which you have to submit in the proposal. So once you fill this one, the final step then will be you can upload this file. It should be either RTF or PDF format. Then you can click and submit the proposal, or you can save it in editing mode for future editing as well and submit at a later stage. What happens to your proposal after submission? The beamline scientist assesses the technical feasibility. The reviewer evaluates the proposal. At the third step, the beamline scientist and the Sesame user office, they schedule your experiment if it's successful, and they make your arrangements for your travel as well. So you can coordinate with the Sesame user office at that stage. These are the points which proposals are given when we review the proposal. These points are from 1 to 5, and it's in a reverse cycle. So if you get less points, if it's 1 to 1.5, then it is highly innovative research proposal of exceptional quality and outstanding scientific and or practical relevance. It must given be that. 1.6 to 2, a well-conceived and original research proposal which gives strong potential for making an impact, important contributions to an active field of research. No alternative analytical tool is available. It should definitely get the BBI. So if you get points in this region, it's definite you will get a BBI. from 2.1 to 2.5. It's a very good proposal. The relevant scientific area and likely with a relevant scientific case and likely to produce significant results. The need for SESAME is evident and it should get beam time under normal circumstances. Next is the 2.5 to 3 points range. A potentially accident proposal which is lacking some information, for example, preliminary results, further explanation, etc. Although not groundbreaking, it is likely to produce significant results. The need for SESAME is evident. It may get beam time unless there is too many exceptional proposals. 3.1 to 3.5, SESAME is required and the science is interesting, although in a well-worked area of research, it is of low priority. It is in a complicated environment, it may be awarded beam time if the pressure on the beam is not heavy. If the point range is from 3.6 to 4.5, although the science is interesting, it is well-worked area of research and SESAME is not strictly essential for the measurement. It is of low priority in a competitive environment. It may be awarded beam time if pressure on the beam is not too high. But if the point range is from 4.6 to 5, doubt exists regarding the scientific content of the proposal project, the validity of the experimental methodology, or the need for the SESAME under normal circumstances, it should not get any impact. So these are the ranges where reviewers give the points on. Final remarks, your proposal must be self-contained. All important information should be given in the proposal. Reviewers don't necessarily have time to get extra information from the references. Technically, poor written proposal, for example, typos, errors, non-respect of template and format have high chances of automatic poor grading. Structure is important, clear, and easy writing. So when you write a proposal, make sure that it's clear of all such small mistakes. Sometimes you overlook or ignore very minute things. So it's better to ask someone to read it for you, and you should have complete, easy to go with the proposal, because you have 2 pages and you have to convince the reviewer that your proposal is the best one. At SESAME, we have many proposals and it's very difficult to select the best one. So you should write a best one proposal. So after submission, the technical evaluation of the beamline syntax. A beamline syntax makes the technical feasibility that whether this proposal can be done at SESAME or not. A beamline syntax does not assess the scientific merit of the proposal. Scientific evaluation by proposal review committee. PRC evaluates the proposal on scientific and technological merits. Now, the proposal which has been given good merit points, they are awarded beam time, and the low merit proposals are not successful to get any beam time. What happens if your proposal is finally after evaluation? For successful proposal, perform your experiment, analyze the data, and publish your result. This is very important. Sometimes users, they go at the SESAME or synchrotron source, they collect the data, and they come back to home, and then they do nothing. So it's very important that you analyze the data and then you publish it. Because if you don't publish your results, next time, even your proposal is a very good proposal, you will have very small chances to get the beam time, or you may not be given beam time. So publishing your result is very important. But if your proposal is not successful at that time, so don't discard, and you should try to go through the proposal review committee comments and read these proposal comments carefully. Because people, what do, they submit the proposal next time as such they have submitted earlier. Whereas the proposal review committee gives some suggestion that how to improve the proposals. Maybe they think that I haven't got the much yeah, good merits because of there were a lot of proposals. So I submitted as it was last year. But that is a negative effect because if the PRC has given some comments and you have not incorporated in the next time you have submitted same proposal, that will have more negative effect on your proposal. So you should carefully look the points which have been suggested, why your proposal was not given meantime. And you next time you improve your proposal and then you submit it. I think this is the last one. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I hope you found this extremely useful. Many important points to be listened to and follow advice in writing the proposal. Clarity is important. One of the things which I would urge all of you who are submitting proposals is to plan your time. Don't start writing on the proposal on the last day. So plan your time, think through what you want to do, engage beamline scientists if you need to. It is important to have feasibility check. Also talk to your own colleagues if you're doing material science, powder diffraction. Those who have been to Sesame, talk to them about the feasibility. And then in addition, look for it's an engagement of Sesame and you. And so that is communications is critical. Andrea.
Yeah, just to add to what I did say, this effect of doing all the job in the deadline, which we all know. Please don't do it for the proposal, because we have 6 beamline scientists at the moment, and so if you phone them in the last 20 minutes before the end of the day, you will not find them. It's simply impossible. So think in advance and contact them. They will be very friendly if you contact them 1 week before, 2 weeks before, 3 weeks before.
So just to translate,
Yeah. Call them.
Just to translate in real terms, deadline for the next call is 28th of February. If you're planning to submit a proposal, start now, not tomorrow, and then engage with the appropriate beamline scientists if you need to. If you're doing material science, lots of people here have done it, talk to them, reach out to the material science beamline scientists. By the way, have you added this extra experimental capability or not yet? If you want to clarify, do it now, not on 25th of February or 28th of February. It's just doesn't work. I have been approached by many people saying, well, I missed the deadline. What do I do? I say, I'm sorry, you missed the deadline. Deadline is for a purpose. Just like this meeting is for purpose. This meeting was announced, planned, and it took a lot of organization from many people. And I think we all have to clear our diary to be here. Same applies for the proposal. Clarity of what your objective is, clarity of what the outcome might be, and why should I be bothered about doing that experiment? And that needs to be clarified for Sesame reviewers. One of the things which is very, which may not be fully understood, all the reviewers are sympathetic. All the peer review committee for this Sesame Beamline award are sympathetic. They are positively looking for good science coming from anywhere without any prejudice whatsoever, including those members who have currently gone dormant, that which is, I call it Pakistan, is a dormant member, but still proposals are being reviewed without any prejudice. And we've been helped tremendously by comstech to award the Travel Award. I think all of that is positive. We need to engage with each other, support each other. Take an example of this macromolecular crystallography community, how they have come together and gelled together rather than trying to create dairy masjid. I've said something in Urdu because of the local audience, which they understand very clearly. I will translate it to you, Atif, afterward. And this is important. In Pakistan, macromolecular crystallography is not the strongest community, but they look strong because they've come together. They've come together with International Union of Crystallography. So tomorrow you will see a memorandum of understanding being signed between SESAME and Comstech, at the same time between IUCR and Comstech. And that is the reason is that these folks have worked together with, rather than saying, well, this is my lab, I can do better than you, or you can do. They're saying, well, you're doing this, I'm not going to replicate, I'm going to send my student to your lab. I'm doing this better than you, you send yours to us. And that is important. For material science, powder diffraction, that is critical. There are several labs in Islamabad which do it. There are several labs in Lahore which do it. There are people in Karachi who are doing it. Yeah. Imran.
Yeah, what sort of message I should communicate to the new users of powder diffraction? That Sir Javed is available?
Yes.
Yeah,
I answer it on this graph. Yes.
There are sometimes new users, they are using home source, in powder diffraction home source. But they are not expert, they are very afraid of, going along, putting lots of energy, and they might expect that there's some sort of help would be there. So what sort of local help would be available? For example, you evaluate them technically, you will be okay.
If they have some idea, they can write some draft proposals. They can send it to me. If they are here locally, they can come to me. I can sit with them. We can discuss in details that.
And you can analyze their capability, what sort of help they might see.
Yeah, sure. I can guide that.
So what about the IR beamlines? This would be okay with the powder if somebody wants to use IR.
So again, within the country, there are quite a few IR. HEJ has IR facilities. So again, information is there. There's not, so my proposal tomorrow is going to be that somebody from material science powder diffraction community should take charge, say from, I would suggest that it should be Lahore, which should host a workshop. And it probably should be either LUMS or University of Punjab. They should host a workshop on powder diffraction material science. They should get all of the experts within Pakistan to come over. If they need to bring somebody else over